Just after rebirth, the goddess wants to throw away our triplets. The top-tier scumbag, Chen Fei, opened his eyes and realized that he had been reborn on the very day the goddess was planning to abort their triplets. Wait, I want to keep the baby. Although I'm a scumbag, please believe me. I'll be good to the child, and I'll be good to you. The goddess was overwhelmed with joy and tears. It didn't matter that there were no feelings, that he was a scumbag, or that he didn't want to take on the responsibilities of being a father. As long as he was willing to keep their baby. Ding! The daddy system is now binding. Chapter 1. If scumbags had rankings, Chen Fei thought his university self would undoubtedly be at the top level. Even though he was now married with children, living a stable 9-to-5 life, it couldn't change the fact that he had been a scumbag in his youth. Chen Fei had done many scummy things. There was no such thing as the worst, only worse. But there was one girl whom he had scummed out to an extreme, to the point that even he felt he had crossed the line. If he could do it over, he wished he hadn't been so much of a scumbag. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming sense of guilt. After having a few drinks with friends one day, he woke up and realized he had been reborn. Back to the second semester of his third year in college, 10 years ago. He woke up in the boys' dorm, repeatedly checking the calendar on his phone and looking around at his surroundings. Once he confirmed that he had indeed been reborn, the figure of that girl immediately appeared in his mind. She was tall and graceful, with flowing long hair. Her skin was as white as snow, and her smile was as beautiful as a flower. She had a tall, perfect figure, and her exquisite, flawless features were beyond compare. But most striking were her clear eyes. A single glance, and it felt as though you could see all the beauty in the world. Yes, she was the girl Chen Fei had scummed out the most. Her name was Jiang Yueshi, and she was Chen Fei's classmate. It was during this time that Chen Fei had gotten Jiang Yueshi pregnant. He remembered that after a class dinner, both of them had drunk a little too much and accidentally crossed that line. He hadn't expected it to happen on the first try. Jiang Yueshi was pregnant. And it wasn't just one baby, it was a rare set of triplets. Even Jiang Yueshi herself was too shocked to speak. To make matters worse, she had given her most precious first time to a guy with a less than ideal reputation in class. This was completely against her upbringing and her views on relationships. She had slept with someone before marriage, and he wasn't even her boyfriend, with no feelings involved. What was even more devastating for Jiang Yueshi was that she was pregnant with his children. Not just one, but 3. Jiang Yueshi felt like her world was collapsing. Still a student, her family was already in a poor financial situation. She relied on scholarships for tuition and part-time jobs for living expenses, and she had an elderly grandfather at home. Between studying and working, life was already tough enough. She didn't have the money, the time, or the energy to care for a baby. 1 baby was impossible, let alone 3. She didn't feel qualified to have the children. Despite all her reluctance and sorrow, abortion seemed to be the only choice. At that time, as a scumbag, Chen Fei didn't feel anything upon hearing the news. When Jiang Yueshi said she was going to abort the babies, he naturally agreed. In fact, he was relieved. In Chen Fei's eyes, he and Jiang Yueshi were just a one-night fling. There was no way he would take responsibility. He wasn't new to getting other people pregnant, and though this time it was 3, it was just a minor surprise. But so what? Back then, Chen Fei had no sense of guilt about it. Moreover, he wasn't from a rich family, his family wasn't particularly well off either. He was just good-looking, charming with words, and his academic performance was decent. Even so, Chen Fei was surrounded by girls. He was enjoying his university life to the fullest. When he got tired of one girl, he'd just find another. When money ran low, he'd cozy up to a rich woman and live off her. Youth was all about indulgence, fun, and not thinking about the consequences. Could he suddenly become a father to 3 children and take on family responsibilities? Are you kidding me? That would ruin his life. When Jiang Yueshi came to find Chen Fei, he was still afraid she would try to blackmail him with the kids. Upon hearing she wanted to have an abortion, he was immediately relieved. Chen Fei was afraid that Jiang Yueshi might have second thoughts, so he gave her the only 3,000 yuan he had, urging her to go to the hospital as soon as possible. The earlier she got it done, the better for her health. After handing her the money, he didn't give it a second thought. Afterward, he didn't feel anything was wrong. In fact, he regretted not using protection and causing such a hassle, and now he was even down 3,000 yuan. He was a scumbag beyond measure. He completely failed to understand even a bit of Jiang Yuexi's feelings, how much she struggled, how helpless, how terrified she was. If it hadn't been for her dorm mate, who stayed by her side, encouraged her, and comforted her, Jiang Yuexi didn't know if she would have been able to make it through. After the abortion, Chen Fei, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, treated Jiang Yuexi like a complete stranger. Their lives would no longer intersect. For Chen Fei, no matter how beautiful a girl was, nothing was more important than his freedom. No matter how brilliant a flower was, no forest could tempt him more. However, the surgery had caused irreversible damage to Jiang Yuexi for the rest of her life. Carrying triplets was already dangerous enough, let alone the fact that Jiang Yuexi was malnourished and physically weak to begin with. The most direct consequence was permanent damage to her uterus. She would never be able to bear children again. Chen Fei didn't learn of this result until 3 years after graduation, when he overheard some classmates talking about it. By then, he had already gotten married. His outlook on life had changed somewhat. For the first time, he felt some guilt for his past behavior. In fact, ever since Jiang Yuexi had the abortion, although Chen Fei hadn't stayed in touch with her, he had found himself inadvertently paying attention to her. Because Jiang Yuexi was truly different from other girls. Take the abortion, for example. One of Chen Fei's former girlfriends had also done it, but she had cried, screamed, and even tried to hang herself, making Chen Fei's life hell. Jiang Yuexi, on the other hand, didn't cry, didn't make a scene. She remained as calm and composed as ever. Her family was much poorer than Chen Fei's, but she never blamed fate or anyone else. She had encountered such a scumbag like Chen Fei and faced an irreversible tragedy in her life. Yet, she still lived on like a resilient little weed, working hard and fighting through it all. The fact that she lost her ability to have children was Chen Fei's fault, but she never directed her anger at him. Instead, she was afraid he would feel guilty, ruining the future of a talented young man. So, she never spoke of it again. All the pain, the torment, the exhaustion, and even occasional suicidal thoughts, she quietly bore it all on her own. The most painful thing for Jiang Yuexi all along was her deep, crushing self-blame. She was someone who loved children deeply. The fact that she had taken away the lives of her 3 unborn babies was something she could never forgive herself for. For a long time, she couldn't escape from her guilt. She even fell into depression and ended up in the hospital. The dual torment of physical and mental pain made Jiang Yuexi's life after that incredibly difficult. She never entered into another relationship. After her grandfather passed away, she lived alone in solitude. Even so, she never thought about disturbing Chen Fei's life. And Chen Fei, upon hearing that Jiang Yuexi would never be able to have children again, felt the seeds of guilt slowly growing in his heart. Especially after he himself had children. It was then that he realized how cruel he had been. The guilt only deepened with time. He couldn't help but think more than once if he could start over, he would never harm that poor girl again. If only. But now, at this moment, he had really been reborn. He was back to the day Jiang Yuexi had the abortion. Chen Fei quickly glanced at the time, 2:28 p.m., there was still time. He vaguely remembered that Jiang Yuexi's surgery was scheduled for 3 p.m. Because although Chu Han hadn't gone to the hospital, Jiang Yuexi had sent a message to him back then. It was only at that moment that Chen Fei realized. Jiang Yuexi had actually wanted him to stop her. If he had just shown the slightest hesitation or concern, she would have never gone through with the abortion. Chen Fei took a deep breath and, with trembling hands, tried to call Jiang Yuexi. But the call didn't go through. Time was running out. Without hesitation, Chen Fei jumped off the bed, grabbed any clothes, and rushed out of the dorm. He had to get to the hospital and stop Jiang Yuexi from having the surgery. Wait for me. You have to wait for me. Chapter 2. In the hallway of the obstetrics and gynecology department at the hospital, Jiang Manyu's hollow gaze revealed her deep helplessness. A week ago, she had mustered the courage to tell Chen Fei about her pregnancy and her decision to have an abortion. Without a second thought, Chen Fei had readily agreed. He had no idea how heartbreaking and reluctant her decision had been. It was clear that Chen Fei didn't have the slightest desire to become a father. How could she have the courage to give birth to their child under these circumstances? Jiang Xia had grown up without parents. She knew too well how unbearable the experience of growing up without parents could be for a child. Her own child, if deprived of a father's love and with a mother unable to provide proper care, would likely have a life full of misery. Their birth might even be a mistake. Furthermore, Jiang Xie had an elderly grandfather to take care of. If she insisted on giving birth to all 3 babies, she would have to bear the responsibility of caring for both the elderly and 3 young children. She didn't have even the slightest confidence that she could give her children the happiness they deserved. Jiang Xie's tears were almost dried up. But the remaining bit of rationality told her if she truly wanted what was best for the children, she shouldn't bring them into this world. Her roommate, Chen Fei, who was also her best friend, tightly held Jiang Xie's hand, looking at her with heartache in her eyes. In half an hour, the surgery would begin. Jiang Xie's hand trembled slightly. The suffocating air in the hospital and the sharp scent around her made her feel incredibly uncomfortable. Especially when she saw a young girl, who had come for the same surgery, being wheeled into the operating room. Her helplessness made Jiang Xie even more terrified, irrationally terrified. She had never undergone such a major surgery before. And whether successful or not, she would carry the burden of guilt and anxiety for the rest of her life. Jiang Xie gently placed her slender hand on her belly, as though this could give her some courage. She tried to detach herself from her anxious emotions. She imagined how many boys and how many girls the babies might be, or they were probably going to be very cute, right? Would they be the type to smile often, or would they cry more? Would they resemble their father more, or would they look like her? As she thought about it, Jiang Xie couldn't help but softly whisper to herself. Babies, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I don't have the ability to give you happiness. Fate brought you to be my babies, but I have to give you up. Please don't forgive me. If there's a next life, I will never give you up. Her voice grew softer, and before she knew it, it was tinged with a sob. The tears in her eyes, no matter how hard she tried to hold them back, couldn't be stopped. They dropped one by one. Even though her tears blurred her vision, she still kept her gaze fixed on her small belly. In less than half an hour, the children inside her would be gone. They would leave her forever. Chen Fei watched Jiang Xie cry uncontrollably again, and tears welled up in her own eyes as well. Over the past half-month, ever since Jiang Xie had found out she was pregnant, she had cried far too many times. Every time she thought about it, her face would be covered with tears. Chen Fei knew how much Jiang Xie loved children. Even when they were out on the street and saw a cute baby, Jiang Xie could smile for a long time. Yet now, she had to abort her own 3 children. This was unbearably cruel, not just for the babies, but for Jiang Xie too. Chen Fei couldn't find any comforting words to say anymore. She understood just how difficult and painful this decision was for Jiang Xie. She also deeply regretted it. She regretted not staying by Jiang Xie's side during the last gathering. If she had stayed with Jiang Xie, perhaps she wouldn't have drunk so much, perhaps none of what happened afterward would have occurred. If it weren't for that night, Jiang Xie wouldn't be in this much pain. She would still be the optimistic and strong girl she once was, and though life would be tough, she could have had a peaceful college life. After graduation, she would have found a good job, fallen in love, and built her own family. And she would have continued to live a hard-working and happy life. But now, not long ago, the doctor had said that Jiang Xie's surgery carried much higher risks than usual, and there was a high chance it could cause her to lose her ability to have children in the future. For a girl, especially someone like Jiang Xie, who loved children so much, this was like a bolt from the blue, a devastating blow. At this moment, Chen Fei was still torn. Should she try her best to persuade Jiang Xie to keep the child no matter what? But what right or qualification did she have to do that? Would her suggestion cause even greater pain for Jiang Xie? At such a difficult time, the father of the child, Chen Fei, hadn't even shown up. This scumbag, Chen Fei. How could he not even answer the phone at a time like this? About to undergo surgery, and he doesn't even show up. Someone like him will surely be punished by heaven. Just gave 3,000 yuan and thought it would be over. How could he do something like this? This bastard. Scum. Beast. Chen Fei wiped away her tears, cursing Chen Fei silently in her heart. If Chen Fei had shown up in front of her right now, she really might not have been able to stop herself from cursing him out, even tearing him apart on the spot. In fact, they had sent a message to Chen Fei before leaving. They arrived at the hospital at 10 a.m., went through a series of checkups and blood tests, and by now it was already time for lunch, but Jiang Xie had only eaten a piece of bread. Jiang Xie had been waiting for Chen Fei to appear. From time to time, she would check her phone, glance toward the hospital entrance. Until her phone battery died, she still hadn't received any news. Jiang Xie didn't even know what she was expecting. Maybe, if Chen Fei had shown up, she would have lacked the resolve to walk into that operating room. Maybe, if Chen Fei had shown a little reluctance, she would have been willing to give birth to the child. Maybe, with just a bit of encouragement from him, she would have had the courage and confidence to raise the child alone. It didn't matter whether Chen Fei had feelings for her or not. It didn't matter whether Chen Fei was willing to take on the responsibility of being a father or not. As long as Chen Fei loved the child, even just a little bit, she might have really been willing to give up everything and bring the child into the world. To leave her precious baby here on this earth. But Chen Fei never showed up. He didn't want these children at all. Children who are not loved by their fathers are unfortunate. Time ticked away. The last shred of faint hope in Jiang Xie's heart slowly faded away. There were only 15 minutes left before the surgery. Chen Fei wasn't coming. She couldn't muster the courage either. In the little remaining time, Jiang Xie could only do one thing. That was to say goodbye to her babies. Chen Fei rushed out of the dorm building. He hopped on a small yellow bike that hadn't been locked, and raced toward the school gate. He managed to beat a young couple to the taxi, jumping in and heading straight for the maternity hospital where Jiang Xie was having her surgery. He wished the taxi could fly and take him directly to Jiang Xie's side. 18 minutes later, Chen Fei got out of the taxi and rushed up the hospital steps. There were only 17 minutes left. He had to make it in time. He didn't take the elevator, instead running up to the third floor. Fortunately, he had been to the abortion surgery before and knew where it was, so he didn't need to search. However, he searched outside every operating room on the entire third floor. But he couldn't find Jiang Xie. Where was she? Could she already be in surgery? Chapter 3. 2:50 p.m. Only 10 minutes left. It would soon be Jiang Xie's turn for surgery. At this moment, a young nurse poked her head out from the office, holding a document. Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie, come in for a moment. This is your surgery consent form. Please confirm it one last time. Your surgery carries special risks, and the doctor should have already explained them to you. Have you thought it through? If you're sure, sign the form, and once you sign, you'll go straight into surgery. The nurse handed the consent form to Jiang Xie. Once her name was signed, everything would be irreversible. Jiang Xie held the form in her left hand and the pen in her right, but at this moment, she couldn't help but sob softly. He didn't come. Chen Fei still didn't come. She trembled with fear. The surgery was about to start. She was about to say goodbye to her babies forever. Jiang Xie looked down at her abdomen, unable to bear it, as though she could see the 3 lively little lives inside her. Babies. I'm sorry, Mommy is sorry. Mommy is a sinner. I irresponsibly let you be born into this world. But now I have to cruelly send you away. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Jiang Xie was already inconsolable. The crying grew louder and louder, the sobs more and more intense. At this final moment, tears continued to fall, unstoppable, endless, like an irreversible torrent. She looked so pitiful. Shinqing, standing by her side, didn't know how to comfort her. She could only stand silently behind her, gently patting her shoulder and back. At the same time, she cursed Chen Fei once more in her heart. All his ancestors, even the 18th generation, wouldn't be spared. Scumbag. You'll get your comeuppance. You'll die a horrible death. The nurse saw it all and was deeply moved. She didn't hurry them. There were many young girls who came for surgery every day. But it was rare to see one cry so intensely, so pitifully. This girl was so pure and beautiful. She must still be a university student. Unexpected pregnancies among college students were quite common. And the scumbags in university, there were plenty of them. Poor child. She had cried for 3 to 4 minutes. The consent form was completely soaked in tears. Jiang Xie couldn't bring herself to sign it. Her hands kept trembling. But the nurse didn't rush her. The operating room was already prepared, waiting for the patient to come in. However, the doctor, who had been waiting, was starting to lose patience. He opened the door and called out, Jiang Xie. Hurry up. The shout jolted Jiang Xie out of her sorrow and made her face the harsh reality once more. It made her sober up again. Even if she gave birth to the 3 babies, they wouldn't be happy. Let them remain angels in the sky. Jiang Xie gripped the pen tightly, took a deep breath. At the same time, the doctor's call was heard by Chen Fei, who had been anxiously rushing through the hallway. He sprinted from one end of the corridor to the other. With a loud bang, he pushed open the office door. When he saw Jiang Xie holding the pen, crying uncontrollably, he instantly understood. She hadn't gone into the operating room yet. There was still time. He rushed to Jiang Xie's side and grabbed the hand that held the pen. Suddenly feeling her hand grabbed, Jiang Xie froze in shock. She instinctively tried to pull away. But when she lifted her gaze, she saw the person who had grabbed her hand wasn't anyone else. It was Chen Fei. He came. He really came. Seeing him, drenched in sweat, hair disheveled, with an anxious expression on his face, Jiang Xie couldn't help but feel relief. No matter what, he still came. And as Chen Fei looked at Jiang Xie, whose eyes were swollen and red from crying, a sharp pain twisted in his heart. Her eyes were sunken, and her face was swollen. She must have been crying terribly, so reluctant to let go. Every moment in the hospital must have been torment for her. Her heart must have felt like it was dying. But it was okay now. She was still standing in front of him, unharmed. She hadn't gone through the surgery. She hadn't been hurt any further. Everything can still be saved. Jiang Xie, don't sign. Give birth to the baby, please. Chen Fei tightly gripped Jiang Xie's hand, his eyes determined, a mixture of emotions in his voice. Everyone present heard his words. They all understood the situation. The father of the child had arrived. The doctor and nurse said nothing more. They had seen such situations before. A child's life, no matter how much attention you give, could never be too much. Perhaps they should give them some time to discuss it. Even Shenqing, standing nearby, although feeling overwhelmed with emotions and many things to say, chose to remain silent and stepped aside. In the end, Chen Fei had made it in time. This surprised Shenqing somewhat. But she didn't believe that this scumbag would suddenly change his ways. Chen Fei coming over only meant that he still had a shred of conscience left, nothing more. Who knew what trouble he might cause next? Therefore, while Shenqing gave space for Jiang Xie and Chen Fei, she still listened closely, keeping an ear on what was happening. She knew her best friend too well. Jiang Xie was too innocent, never harboring ill intentions to judge anyone. No matter what Chen Fei said, she might believe him. As her best friend, Shenqing felt that she needed to step up when Jiang Xie needed her most. And hearing Chen Fei's words, Jiang Xie's pupils widened slightly. Does he want me to keep the baby? Does he, the father, not want me to abort the baby? For a moment, Jiang Xie didn't know how to react. Tears once again flooded her eyes uncontrollably. Her heart was filled with fear and anxiety. She was afraid she had misheard, afraid that Chen Fei was only saying this out of obligation. Perhaps he still didn't care about their child. She trembled more violently. Chen Fei realized that he had frightened Jiang Xie. He slowly reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder, looking at her with steady and sincere eyes. Feeling his strong hands and gaze, Jiang Xie slowly calmed down, no longer as afraid. She raised her head slightly and looked at Chen Fei. Her lips parted slightly. Is it true? Do you really want me to keep the baby? Though she hoped for a definite answer from him, Jiang Xie didn't dare ask for too much. Even deep inside her, another voice kept telling her, this isn't true, don't trust him for the baby's sake. This made Jiang Xie feel agonizing pain and torment. Chen Fei felt a sharp pain in his heart when he saw her in such distress. He calmed himself down before he could speak, but unexpectedly, Jiang Xie spoke first. Chen Fei, I hope you've thought this through. Our relationship was just a mistake. Don't burden yourself too much. I drank, and I share the responsibility for this too. Even if you don't want to keep the baby, I'll understand, really. I won't blame you, I just hope you think it through. At this point, Jiang Xie was still considering Chen Fei's feelings. She wanted him to think carefully. He was young, only 20 years old. There was still a whole life ahead of him. Being tied down by 3 children might make him regret it later. And Jiang Xie didn't want to become a burden or cause trouble for others. She didn't want Chen Fei to regret and lead the baby to an unfortunate life. Though, deep down, she knew this was all just an assumption. It was merely an excuse she had created for herself. Upon hearing her words, Chen Fei was once again deeply moved. This pure girl, even at this moment, was still considering him. Not only had she made no unreasonable demands, but she also wanted him to think carefully and not regret it later. She was too innocent, too kind-hearted. Compared to her, the old Chen Fei wasn't even a man. He had been disgusting, avoiding her and showing the worst attitude. He had been indifferent, assuming that Jiang Xie, like any other girl, would likely not want the child because it would ruin her life, and would go for an abortion. Abortion was her decision, had nothing to do with him. And though it was Jiang Xie's first time, girls always go through a first time. He thought she probably thought that way, or else why would she have drunk? So, no need to feel burdened. Afterward, they would live their separate lives. Now, looking at Jiang Xie, her face full of sincerity, Chen Fei wanted to slap himself. After cursing himself several times in his mind, he looked at her with firm eyes and spoke with unwavering conviction. Jiang Xie, I know I'm a scumbag, I won't deny it. But I've thought it through. The child is mine, and I want to keep it. Chapter 4. Listening to Chen Fei's firm and powerful words, looking at his serious and concerned expression, and seeing the different light in his eyes, Jiang Yuexi's heart felt as if something had violently struck it. She had originally thought that Chen Fei was just unable to overcome his internal barrier, and had come to the hospital impulsively to stop her. She thought that after this moment of impulse, he would regret it when he had time to think. Because it was very hard for her to believe in Chen Fei's determination. Being from a poor family herself, Jiang Yuexi knew all too well the immense pressure of raising 3 babies. Even if she gave up her education and put all her time and energy into earning money, without help from others, it would be extremely hard to raise 3 children. To keep the babies, the father had to contribute. Jiang Yuexi was young, but she had never lived in an ivory tower, detached from reality. She had no unrealistic fantasies. Raising children, forget about the other things, the most important thing was money. Without financial stability, nothing else mattered. However, raising children wasn't just about money. There was also love and companionship. If the father could provide financial support but didn't like children, that wouldn't work either. Jiang Yuexi didn't know if Chen Fei truly understood what it meant to keep the baby. Raising a child wasn't easy. Being a father was even harder. Chen Fei noticed Jiang Yuexi's hesitation and inner turmoil. It was natural for her not to believe in him, given his previous attitude toward her pregnancy and his reputation as a scumbag. Jiang Yuexi must have thought he was just having a momentary impulse. But now, Chen Fei was different. Jiang Yuexi, I know I'm a scumbag, and I won't deny it. But being a scumbag doesn't mean I don't love the child. We have 3 babies, and I really hope you'll keep them. I couldn't sleep at all last night, and I kept thinking about this. I kept looking at old photos and videos of myself. My mother wasn't the most competent mother. As a child, I always thought she didn't love me, or else she wouldn't have remarried. But now I understand that she really did love me. Even after she remarried, she never stopped loving me. Looking at how lovingly she looked at me when I was a child, I couldn't help but think of our babies. After they are born, will they look like me when I was a child? They must be so cute. We have 3 babies. Surely, one of them will be a girl, right? If she grows up to look like you, she must be even cuter. Thinking about all this, I couldn't help but cry. Yes, I'm not a good person. I'm a complete scumbag, but when I calm down, I realize that I really do love my child. I don't know why I feel this way, but I can tell you for sure. I'm not just acting on impulse. I really want to keep our babies. I really do. I don't know what the future holds, but I will do everything I can to raise our babies well. I've never made a vow before, but right now, I swear to you. I, Chen Fei, swear that I will take good care of our babies. I know you have many concerns, but I have to tell you, this is my true intention. Chen Fei was partly playing the emotional card, talking about his mother's remarriage and his sleepless night. That was a lie. But his desire to keep the babies was real. The vow was real too. Meanwhile, Shen Qing, who overheard their conversation, didn't believe Chen Fei's words. Maybe there was some change, but this sudden change in Chen Fei was too hard to believe. Just yesterday, he was rejecting Jiang Yueshi and the babies, and today he claims to love them. Who would believe that? Shenqing didn't know what Chen Fei's game was, but she still felt the need to warn Jiang Yueshi. You have to think carefully. Some people talk nicely now, but the consequences of their failure to follow through will fall on you. This decision you make isn't just about the babies, it's also about you. You have to be responsible for yourself. Shenqing didn't directly criticize Chen Fei in front of Jiang Yueshi. At this point, criticizing him would be futile. She just wanted to remind Jiang Yueshi. Chen Fei's attitude was truly strange, as if he were a completely different person. His reputation as a scumbag was known throughout the school. Scumbags were best at sweet-talking, saying one thing and doing another. A man who had mistreated so many women suddenly claims he wants to be a good father. The credibility of that claim was extremely low. No matter what the outcome was today, if Jiang Yueshi made her own decision, it would be acceptable. But if she was deceived by a scumbag and made a choice that wasn't what she truly wanted, and then the scumbag revealed his true nature, their harm would be the greatest. Jiang Yueshi's life would be ruined, and the children would be pitiful forever. That was why Shenqing felt the need to speak up. And Jiang Yueshi wasn't foolish. She understood Shenqing's meaning: don't trust a scumbag easily. Don't let the scumbag influence you. And Jiang Yueshi knew that Shenqing had her best interests at heart. However, Jiang Yueshi, who had been reluctant to abort the child, wanted to act on impulse. No matter what, she really wanted to keep the child. She didn't believe Chen Fei or was moved by Chen Fei's words. She was just standing on the edge of the cliff and was pulled by Chen Fei without thinking. This pull made her start to convince herself in her self-consciousness: no matter what, Chen Fei likes children. Otherwise, she wouldn't say such words. Chen Fei didn't need to lie to himself. Lying to himself would not do him any good. So, he was probably sincere. Even if most of Chen Fei's words were lies, he at least wouldn't hate his child. Everyone makes mistakes, and you can't sentence a person to death based on what he did before. Especially when it comes to treating children. Children are enough to change a person. There are many examples of people who have changed after having children. Why can't this person be Chen Fei? After a struggle of thoughts, Jiang Yueshi already believed in Chen Fei at this moment. The desire to have a child has completely defeated the desire to abort the child. She did not expect Chen Fei to be good to her or devote himself to the child. As long as Chen Fei could show a little bit of fatherly love, she would be satisfied. Even if Chen Fei was really irresponsible in the future, she had the confidence to take good care of the child at the cost of her life. It was Chen Fei's words that gave Jiang Yueshi the courage. Gave her a reason to convince herself. Actually, I also want to give birth to the child. Jiang Yueshi's eyes burst out again. But at this time, her eyes showed unprecedented firmness. Chen Fei felt dizzy when he heard this answer. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yueshi's reluctance to give up the child was so strong. He just played the emotional card casually and let her agree to give birth to the child. This girl is really pitiful. After a moment of joy, looking at the slender and weak but extremely strong Jiang Yueshi in front of him, Fei Chen couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and his hands uncontrollably held her in his arms. Thank you. Believe me, I will take good care of the baby and you. Fei Chen's sudden hug made Jiang Yueshi stunned. But feeling the warm embrace of Fei Chen made her feel extremely at ease. As if a heart that needed comfort finally got the response it deserved. Chapter 5. This was also the first time that Jiang Yueshi clearly felt the embrace of a man. Broad chest, solid arms, warm breath. It was so clear and tangible. It took her more than 10 seconds to react. The two were so close, and in public. She was a little panicked. Her originally pale cheeks were stained with a blush. This feeling was very strange. Although she and Fei Chen had actually gone to bed. But they both drank that night and were not very sober. Looking back, I felt a little ashamed and embarrassed. But it was still not as embarrassing as it is now. Especially Jiang Yueshi, she was completely different when she was drunk and when she was not. Otherwise, she would not have confessed herself in a muddle. But now, the man holding her. To her, in fact, apart from being the father of the child, he was just a strange classmate. So, she was very shy and instinctively pushed Chen Fei away. No, no. Just take care of the baby, no need to take care of me. Jiang Yueshi said softly. She rejected Chen Fei's extra kindness in a somewhat inarticulate way. After being pushed, Chen Fei realized that his actions just now were a bit abrupt. He couldn't help himself and really couldn't help it. But because of this, he found that Jiang Yueshi was really thin and weak. It seemed that if he hugged her a little harder, he could crush her. This undoubtedly aroused Chen Fei's desire to protect her. Yes, I'm sorry. I was a little too excited when I thought about our baby being born. Don't worry, I don't mean anything else. I will pay attention in the future. Chen Fei lowered his head and gently apologized to Jiang Yueshi. Seeing Chen Fei apologize so seriously and in such a gentle tone, Jiang Yueshi's previous slight unhappiness soon disappeared. After thinking about it carefully, she was actually a little happy. Chen Fei subconsciously came to hug her the moment he learned that she was going to give birth to babies. He had such a reaction, which also showed that he was really happy about the news. Because he really likes babies, so he is like this, right? He can feel it, and maybe the baby in his belly can also feel it. This undoubtedly made Jiang Yueshi feel more at ease. However, Shenqing, who was watching from the side, frowned a little. She saw it. Jiang Yueshi's heart has completely leaned towards giving birth to a child. She was unhappy that Chen Fei's sudden appearance affected Jiang Yueshi's decision. But it was estimated that it would be useless to say anything more. However, the next point was the key point. Jiang Yueshi herself was only a junior student, and her family conditions were not good. How could she have children and raise them? Shenqing didn't know what Chen Fei's family conditions were like, but if they were not very good either. How could the two poor students raise 3 children? 3. It was not easy to raise 1 child now, let alone 3. If there was no reliable plan, the better the imagination was now, the more cruel the reality would be in the future. Shenqing had an experience of acting on impulse and regretting it afterwards. It was really worse than death, and it would also implicate the family. Shenqing really couldn't be optimistic, and it gave her a headache just thinking about it. But now Jiang Yueshi must have been persuaded no more, she had made up her mind. Since the child was for both of them. In fact, it was not entirely Jiang Yueshi's business. Thinking of this, Shenqing felt it necessary to make things clear with Chen Fei. 1111, since you have decided to give birth to the child, I can't say anything. Whatever decision you make, I will definitely support you. But Chen Fei, I must make it clear to you. Although 1111 has been pregnant for less than 2 months, she is in poor health and malnourished. She will definitely not be able to work part-time in the future. We all know her family conditions, you don't know, right? Chen Fei, I don't know your family conditions, but it is definitely not the kind of family that has no worries about food and clothing. Otherwise you wouldn't have come going out to eat the free food of rich women, and spending women's money on weekdays. Don't think about refuting me, I don't care what you think about giving birth to these 3 babies. I just want to ask you, are you sure you have the ability to support 3 children? If you don't have the ability, giving 1111 hope is the greatest cruelty to her, and it is also extremely irresponsible to your future children. Chen Fei, do you really understand the burden on your shoulders? If you don't understand, and you back down at the last minute, I will tear you apart with my own hands. Do you understand? Shenqing became more and more excited, and finally glared at Chen Fei. Hearing Shenqing say this, Chen Fei was not angry at all. Instead, he particularly agreed with her questioning. This is a true friend. Chen Fei was also relieved that Jiang Yueshi had such a good girlfriend. Shenqing was right. He had indeed had dealings with many different women before with a handsome face. And his family conditions are really not good, his parents are just ordinary working class. It's good enough to be able to support him to go to college. So, he used to borrow money from friends in order to pick up girls. He also hung out with many people in society, and even fought with people in society because of women. Except for his good academic performance. In other aspects, he is completely a lazy and unreliable gangster. Shenqing would question him and worry about the future of Jiang Yueshi and the child. It's really normal. I have to say that Shenqing is a very mature and good girlfriend. Shenqing said the truth. Chen Fei couldn't refute it at all, and he didn't want to refute anything. But the problem still exists. Chen Fei has no money, not even a few hundred yuan in his pocket. Jiang Yueshi hasn't had a proper checkup since she got pregnant. You need money now, and you will need more money in the future. Chen Fei knows better than anyone you need to make money, the more the better. I know, I will find a way, thank you Shenqing. Chen Fei looked into Shenqing's eyes and replied seriously. Shenqing wanted to say something else. But she didn't expect that Jiang Yueshi poked her twice with her fingers from behind. She looked at her pleadingly. Shenqing was stunned. Jiang Yueshi's poking her was obvious. She obviously felt that Shenqing's words about Chen Fei were a bit too harsh. She was afraid that Chen Fei, as a boy, would be embarrassed, so she asked her to be lenient. Shenqing moved her lips, but didn't say anything more. She just sighed in her heart. Jiang Yueshi, this silly child, actually started to protect this scumbag. Just because the scumbag is the father of her child, and the scumbag concealed it very well today. How could there be such a simple and naive fool? Chen Fei saw it, but didn't say anything else. No matter how much you say, it is better to show it with actions. Chen Fei's original ability was not bad, in his previous life before rebirth. After graduation, he went to a large internet company and worked as a regional director in 8 years. He was doing well. Now reborn 10 years ago, Chen Fei believes that he can do better. Just when Chen Fei wanted to give Jiang Yueshi more confidence. Ding! The triplets are blessed. Super Daddy food system, binding successfully. Mom is weak, reward, nourish Crucian Carp ginger soup. Task, sell food with a turnover of 10,000 and unlock new food. Scumbag, it's up to you next. The system is as expected for time travelers. Chapter 6. Fed Chen never expected that it would be a food system for a nanny. Is this a plan to make up for the mistakes of his previous life? Well, that's good. Since the system task requires selling food, there will be income. The food produced by the system is most likely to be delicious. Just follow the system's tasks and keep unlocking new dishes. You can take care of your children and make money to support your family. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and you don't have to rack your brains to think about how to make money. God didn't let me be reborn to become the richest man and dominate the world. This is good. Looking at the pale Jiang Yueshi, Fei Chen felt distressed. Fed Chen knew that Jiang Yueshi had no parents since childhood, and there was only an elderly grandfather at home. Living on a meager pension, the conditions were very difficult. Since Jiang Yueshi was sensible, she not only helped with housework, but also went out to pick up garbage to supplement the family income. Not only is the nutrition insufficient, but she is also overworked and anemic. She is weak now, and she is pregnant with 3 babies, so she needs to be well nourished. From today on, let me, Chen Fei, take good care of you. I must make you fat and white. Jiang Yueshi, don't worry, I have the ability to support you and the children by myself. I know it may be a little difficult for you to believe me now. I will show you with practical actions, and I will make changes in these 2 days. The system has now unlocked a nourish Crucian Carp and ginger soup, and there is no way to open a store. And the cost of opening a store is also very high, and Chen Fei has no time. So his initial idea is to set up a stall in front of the school. There are so many snack stalls in front of the school, it is still easy to open one. But he has not told Jiang Yueshi about this idea for the time being. Because he has to experiment first to see if it works. I am willing to believe you, but you can't do anything wrong. Hearing Chen Fei say that he would make some moves in the next 2 days, Jiang Yueshi immediately became worried for some reason. She was afraid that Chen Fei would do something bad to make money. For example, cheating women outside, or doing something illegal. In her opinion, Chen Fei was such a person. She didn't care before, because it had nothing to do with her. But if the child in her belly used this money from unknown sources, Jiang Yueshi would never agree. So she had to make it clear to Chen Fei, no matter how hard life is, I will never take some money. I don't want the father of my child to do bad things. Jiang Yueshi's words of dissuasion sounded particularly cute. Her voice was soft and sticky, and her tone was full of sincere tension and worry. Looking at Jiang Yueshi's serious expression, it was like a teacher admonishing a disobedient student. Chen Fei felt helpless, but also a little funny. Don't take it so seriously, I'm not that kind of person. Chen Fei didn't explain much, because his explanation was very pale now. Last month, he was criticized by their whole school for fighting with someone outside the school. Classmates in the class were saying that it was because of money and women. In fact, it was true. Chen Fei raised his hand slightly, wanting to touch Jiang Yuexi's head to comfort her. He moved his fingers twice, but finally gave up. Even though he had a strong and special feeling for Jiang Yuexi in his last life. Now, he and Jiang Yuexi can only be regarded as ordinary classmates, and they are not familiar with each other. If he rashly makes any extraordinary moves, it will only disgust her. Don't be impatient, take it slowly. Get along with her slowly with sincerity, let her change her view of herself, and slowly accept herself. Thinking of this, Chen Fei smiled and said to Jiang Yuexi, I won't do anything reckless. Don't worry. I know that no matter what I do now, it will affect our unborn babies. I won't let the babies be implicated. Yeah. Jiang Yuexi hummed and nodded gently. She can only choose to believe Chen Fei now. She believes that since he is willing to give birth to the child, he must be willing to change for the child. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she felt uncomfortable. Her head was a little dizzy, and she felt that she was about to fall. Seeing this, Shen Qing on the side hurried forward to support her. She said with concern, 1111, you can't stand for too long because of anemia. Sit down quickly. I have a piece of chocolate here, you eat it first and see if it will feel better. Shen Qing and Chen Fei helped Jiang Yuexi sit on the chair together. Shen Qing then took out another piece of chocolate, peeled it and gave it to Jiang Yuexi, asking her to eat it. Chen Fei frowned with worry. I knew Jiang Yuexi was malnourished and weak, but I didn't expect it to be so serious. Nowadays, few people have anemia. And Jiang Yuexi almost fainted because of anemia just now. If this happened outside, with no one to take care of her, the consequences would be disastrous. Chen Fei had to ask the doctor in person about Jiang Yuexi's physical condition before he could rest assured. Wait for me here. After Chen Fei said something to them, he went over and said a few words to the nurse, saying that they wanted to keep the baby and didn't know how to operate. Then he ran over to communicate some information with the doctor on duty in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Then Chen Fei immediately made an appointment with an expert and prepared to give Jiang Yuexi a comprehensive examination. Shen Qing, who had been with Jiang Yuexi, saw Chen Fei's busy figure. Chen Fei's appearance did not seem to be pretending. If Chen Fei could always be like today, truly caring for Jiang Yuexi with actions, then, maybe he can really take good care of their baby. Of course, just if Shen Qing can't completely change her mind about Chen Fei because of his performance. Since they have decided to give birth to the child, Shen Qing feels that she needs to observe Chen Fei carefully. Even supervise and whip Chen Fei. Since this scumbag still has a conscience, she will whip Chen Fei to take responsibility even if she whips him. Of course, if Chen Fei does anything to let Jiang Yuexi down again, she will definitely not stand idly by. At this time, Jiang Yuexi rested for a while, and the dizziness subsided a lot. Not long after re-registering, it was Jiang Yuexi's turn soon. Let's go for a comprehensive prenatal checkup. Your physical condition is very worrying. I can't rest assured if I don't check it. Chen Fei said to Jiang Yuexi warmly. I've had a checkup before, and the doctor said it's just some anemia. No need to check again, just cancel the appointment, there's no need to waste money. However, Jiang Yuexi heard that Chen Fei had made an appointment with an expert and wanted to do another detailed checkup. Her first reaction was that it was unnecessary. Although the previous checkup was not an expert appointment, she had basically checked everything that needed to be checked. And her body, apart from anemia, really had no other problems. This was a pure waste of money. She really had some psychological barriers to accept it. It's not a waste of money, it's a must. Just think of it as for the baby, okay? If you don't go, I'll carry you in. Chen Fei said forcefully. At the same time, he took a step in front of Jiang Yuexi. If Jiang Yuexi insisted on not going, he would really do it. Even so, Jiang Yuexi was still hesitating. Chen Fei didn't give her the chance to always win, he bent down and stretched out his hand, and was about to carry her like a princess. Wait. Go, I'll go. Jiang Yuexi had to agree to Chen Fei's stubbornness. She was really afraid that Chen Fei would hold her up in public. It was so embarrassing. Chapter 7. Chen Fei stayed with Jiang Yuexi all the time. After a series of examinations, the expert doctor looked at the results and frowned. Jiang Yuexi, pregnant women should not have too many emotional ups and downs, don't you know? Look at you, your eyes are swollen from crying. This will have a negative impact on the baby's development. Also, you were anemic to begin with, how come after more than 2 months, your anemia has become more serious? Pregnant women should pay attention to nutrition and not overwork. Don't you know this common sense? Please have a little self-awareness as a pregnant mother. The female doctor felt like she was disappointed with her son. Young mothers nowadays really don't pay attention. Jiang Yueshi felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. She gently stroked her belly and felt guilty for not taking good care of the baby. And you, the father? Your wife has been malnourished, don't you know? Not only do you not nourish your wife, but you also make her mood fluctuate so much. How can you be a husband? There are no other problems. First of all, let your wife keep up with the nutrition. Taking medicine is useless. Now you have to rely on food supplements. Go back and do your homework, and nourish your wife in various ways. Don't be afraid that she eats too much. She is seriously malnourished now. And your wife is a triplet. She originally needs more nutrition than one baby. You are still like this. Also, pregnant women should maintain a good mood, optimistic and positive. Don't let your wife cry and feel depressed at every turn. This will affect the children. Do you understand? Not if you understand. The doctor's words to Chen Fei were even more severe. She could see that this young couple was also facing pregnancy for the first time. They might not have experience. Because of this, they need to take it more seriously. There is no room for carelessness. Jiang Yueshi heard that the doctor had been misunderstanding that Chen Fei was her husband, and she wanted to explain. But she didn't say anything after thinking about it, otherwise she would be criticized again. Yes. It was my negligence. I will reflect on it after I go back. I will follow your instructions and take good care of my wife. Supplement nutrition, otherwise she will be angry. Chen Fei was like a child who made a mistake, nodding his head and accepting the doctor's teachings. Wife. How can I become your wife? Jiang Yueshi muttered softly to the side. Next, the doctor explained a series of precautions. Chen Fei accepted them all, and he took out his mobile phone and wrote them down one by one. Not only did he write them down, he also told himself in his heart that he must do them all. For example, at this stage, which convenient nutrition should be supplemented more? What are the special things to pay attention to in normal times? Chen Fei was a father once in his previous life. But he really didn't know these details. Jiang Yueshi, who was also listening at the side, also thought that Chen Fei would listen so seriously. And Chen Fei would repeatedly confirm some precautions with the doctor. Even some details that Jiang Yueshi herself would not care about, Chen Fei asked about everything clearly. And he also wrote it down on his mobile phone. Just like taking notes in class. This Chen Fei, it seems that he is not as unreliable as everyone says. Okay, I have explained everything to you clearly. Next, let's go for AB ultrasound. Parents must want to see the baby. After that, the doctor took them to the B ultrasound room. B ultrasound is also a must-do pregnancy test for pregnant women. Through B ultrasound, you can see the development of the fetus. Thinking of seeing his 3 little babies, Chen Fei became a little nervous for no reason. Jiang Yueshi lay obediently on the B ultrasound bed. After the doctor applied coupling agent on her belly, he took the probe and irradiated it, moving it constantly on her belly. Soon, a relatively clear picture appeared on the ultrasound machine. The outlines of the 3 babies can basically be seen. Then, here, see, this is where the 3 babies are. The babies are already 2.5 months old, and have developed into a grape shape of about 2 centimeters in size, and have begun to look like babies. It's amazing, it looks very fragile, but the baby is constantly changing in the mother's womb every day. At this time, the female doctor no longer had the stern face before. Instead, she patiently and tenderly explained to Chen Fei and the other 2 while looking at the picture in the ultrasound machine. Chen Fei stared at the 3 grape-sized things intently. He couldn't hide his excitement. These are his babies, 3 babies. 3 little lives connected to his blood. They curled up into a ball, small and looked particularly cute. Although he couldn't see their appearance at all, Chen Fei could almost imagine how lovable they would be after they were born. They will be white, plump, and pink. They will smile at me and stretch out their little hands to grab me. When they grow up a little, they will cry to me. When he thought of such a scene, Chen Fei felt that his heart was about to melt. As a parent again, Chen Fei had a deeper feeling about it. He was completely fascinated, and there was a kind light in his eyes. Jiang Yueshi looked at her baby's appearance, and compared with the last time, there was another change. Tears couldn't help flowing out again. Her mood at this moment was more complicated than when she just knew she was pregnant. Just half an hour ago, she was almost pushed into the operating room and lost her 3 babies forever. Fortunately, Chen Fei appeared in time and stopped her. The 3 babies were still jumping in her belly at this time. It is said that mother and child are connected by heart, and the babies should also be aware of it. Will they blame themselves, the cruel mother, for not wanting them? I'm sorry, baby, I didn't mean to abandon you. I scared you, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. From now on, I will take good care of you. Jiang Yueshi stared at the babies in the picture, and self-blame and guilt surged into her heart. But in her tears, there was more touching and comfort than before. And a more determined determination than before. Although she was crying, her mood was different. Although Chen Fei focused all his attention on the baby, he also noticed that Jiang Yueshi was crying again. And at this moment, he also fully understood why Jiang Yueshi couldn't help shedding tears. These were tears mixed with sadness, regret, self-blame, fear and rebirth after a disaster. He walked forward and squatted down. Took out a tissue and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Jiang Yueshi's eyes. The moment his fingertips touched Jiang Yueshi's face, Chen Fei felt like touching a peeled boiled egg. So smooth, so tender, so comfortable. At such a close distance, Chen Fei finally got a clear look at Jiang Yueshi's face. The school belle is indeed worthy of her reputation. Jiang Yueshi's face is so perfect. Her facial features are impeccable, high-end and attractive. Her high nose bridge, big, lively eyes, and lips that are neither thin nor thick, everything is just right. Although she is malnourished, her skin is still as delicate as a baby's. Not only is it white, but there is no flaw at all. Although she is not wearing makeup at this moment, her face is not very red, a little pale and grey. But even so, with this natural beauty alone, she can still beat countless female stars with traffic. In addition, her crying face was even more heartbreaking. With this look, Chen Fei couldn't help but hold her in his arms and give her all the warmth and care. As if to protect the beauty of this world. But Chen Fei still held back. Now, he just had to stay with Jiang Yueshi silently. Don't cry. The babies won't blame their mothers. They know that their mothers love them. I love them more than anyone else in the world. So, you must be happy. As long as you are happy, the babies can feel it. If you cry sadly, the babies will be sad too. Don't cry, we will definitely take good care of the babies. Chen Fei gently wiped the tears from the corners of Jiang Yueshi's eyes with his hands. He comforted her with extremely gentle words. Chen Fei's words touched Jiang Yueshi's heart. She suddenly felt that she was not so sad, and she also felt the warmth and ideals again. Most of it came from the baby, but some of it came from Chen Fei's comfort. Well, I don't want to cry, don't cry anymore. Everything is over. For the baby, I won't cry anymore. Jiang Yueshi forced a smile and held back her tears. Looking at the 3 babies in the picture, at this moment, she was looking forward to their arrival. Chapter 8. After the B ultrasound. All the examinations are complete. Jiang Yueshi has no other problems except anemia and weakness. The 3 babies are also very healthy now. Feng Chen finally put his mind at ease. As long as the mother and the baby are safe, it is the greatest comfort to Chen Fei. The doctor prescribed some folic acid for Jiang Yueshi and told her to take folic acid on time every day during pregnancy. Folic acid is mainly used to prevent and treat fetal malformations. Jiang Yueshi knows this. Of course, Chen Fei also knows that he has written the matter of taking folic acid into his daily precautions for pregnant women. It doesn't matter if Jiang Yueshi doesn't remember it, he will remind her. After leaving the hospital, Chen Fei learned that Jiang Yueshi and Shenqing didn't eat much for lunch. Originally, he planned to take them to eat something delicious. But Jiang Yueshi refused to agree, saying that eating out was too expensive and not to waste money. Just go back to the school cafeteria to eat. The food in the cafeteria is still quite balanced in nutrition. Since it was not directly related to the baby, Chen Fei knew that he could not persuade Jiang Yueshi. So he had to give up. The 3 of them got on the bus and went back to school. Chen Fei, Qingqing and I can go to the cafeteria to eat, you don't have to go with us. There are too many people in the cafeteria, and it's okay to be gossiped about. When they arrived at the school gate, Jiang Yueshi suddenly stopped and said to Chen Fei. Chen Fei has a certain degree of fame in the whole school. Of course, it is mainly because of Chen Fei's romantic and unrestrained, and some glorious deeds outside the school. Jiang Yueshi knew very well that if she and Chen Fei suddenly appeared in the cafeteria to eat together, it would definitely cause some unnecessary speculation and criticism. It would even cause some girls who had contact with Chen Fei to make a big fuss about it. For the sake of the baby, Jiang Yueshi didn't want to cause trouble. She didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble to Chen Fei because of herself. Chen Fei was willing to keep the baby and promised to be responsible for the baby, and she was already satisfied. She didn't want to interfere too much in Chen Fei's life, and she wouldn't have any other ideas. Have you forgotten what the doctor said just now? The baby's father should stay with the baby as much as possible, it's good for the baby. You can't push the father away from the baby just because of other people's gossip, right? Chen Fei certainly knew what Jiang Yueshi meant. She didn't want to cause trouble, she wanted to keep a distance from Chen Fei and cut off the relationship. But Chen Fei didn't think so now. He was reborn, and there were only babies and Jiang Yueshi in his eyes and heart. Those women who had been inextricably linked with him before were the ones he needed to cut off the relationship with. He didn't care what these people thought or how they looked at it, no matter how big the trouble was. Of course, Jiang Yueshi was a pure school beauty. If I appeared in the cafeteria with her to eat together, it might bring some trouble to Jiang Yueshi. But Jiang Yueshi's pregnancy itself would cause her criticism. As the father of the child, I have to face it sooner or later, why not face it boldly? Besides, Jiang Yueshi is such a beautiful school girl. It is impossible for Chen Fei to say that he has no idea. If you have an idea and want to take responsibility, then don't be afraid of the wolf in front and the tiger behind. In view of this, Chen Fei can only use the child as an excuse to force himself to stay with Jiang Yueshi. You don't need to stay by my side all the time. Seeing Chen Fei talking about the baby, Jiang Yueshi was indeed a little hesitant. Although she still wanted to refuse Chen Fei, she was not so determined. She immediately thought of the situation where she and Chen Fei appeared in the cafeteria and were misunderstood and talked about. This is really difficult. Seeing this, Chen Fei took advantage of the situation. He leaned down and said to Jiang Yueshi's belly, "It's always good for the baby to stay together. Maybe the baby wants to hear the father's voice later. If I'm not here, how can it work? Let's go, let's eat. Don't worry about so much." After saying this with a smile, Chen Fei walked away in front without waiting for Jiang Yueshi to agree. It was past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and most classes were over. It was the time when the most people came and went at the school gate. Chen Fei's appearance was already at the level of the school grass. When he appeared in the crowd, he would automatically attract the attention of many people. Especially many girls, some of whom didn't know Chen Fei, but also knew the glorious deeds and appearance of the school grass. So when they saw Chen Fei standing at the school gate with two beautiful girls. One of them was a beautiful girl with a very high appearance. Many girls frowned wildly, and those who liked Chen Fei were even more depressed. Chen Fei has changed his girlfriend again. Who is this girl? I seem to have seen her somewhere. She should be from our school, not a woman from outside. This girl is really good looking. It turns out that good-looking boys also like good-looking girls. Many people kept talking in their hearts. Two girls happened to pass by Chen Fei and heard what he said. They were stunned immediately. Baby. Daddy. What the hell, Chen Fei, this scumbag, is going to be a father. Jiang Yueshi clearly felt the unfriendly eyes of the people around her. She also didn't understand why Chen Fei insisted on going to the cafeteria with her. Wasn't he afraid of being misunderstood? Will he not associate with other girls in the future for the baby, for me? Giving up a forest is not Chen Fei's style at all. Jiang Yueshi was a little confused, watching Chen Fei's back as he strode towards the cafeteria. She was a little hesitant about whether she should follow him. Then she looked at her best friend Shinqing with a look of help. Shinqing couldn't understand it either. But Chen Fei chose to do this, and she really had no reason to dissuade him. Let's go, if he wants to accompany you, then accompany him. It's just a meal, don't think too much. Oh. Well, okay. Since Shinqing said so, Jiang Yueshi didn't insist. She took Chen Qing's hand and followed Chen Fei to the cafeteria together. As the three of them walked away, the people who just passed by and heard their conversation all showed expressions that shocked them for a whole year. Especially when someone recognized Jiang Yueshi. Wasn't she the school belle of their school? They all seriously suspected that they didn't see clearly, or heard it wrong. The scumbag schoolgrass Chen Fei and the pure school belle Jiang Yueshi. The two of them not only got together, but also had a child. This is a super big melon. Oh my god. Why did Chen Fei, the scumbag, go to harm my goddess? Chapter 9. Come to the cafeteria. Although it was not the peak time for eating, many people were already queuing up to get food. Chen Fei was afraid that Jiang Yueshi would be squeezed when she went to get food. So he asked Shen Qing to accompany her to find a place to sit down first. He went alone and got 3 meals back. But he didn't know what Jiang Yueshi liked to eat, and he didn't have time to ask. So Chen Fei ordered 5 dishes that girls like to eat for her. There were meat and vegetables, sweet and sour, light and greasy. The dishes that Chen Fei picked were basically balanced in nutrition and rich in taste. Pregnant girls have a more picky appetite, so Chen Fei would rather order more than let Jiang Yueshi suffer. And he ordered 5 dishes for Shen Qing, which were completely different from Jiang Yueshi's. In this way, Jiang Yueshi had 10 dishes to choose from. Jiang Yueshi was shocked when she saw the big pot full of dishes. She is not a pig, and her appetite is not that big. Why do you need so many dishes? With so many dishes, even if you eat another meal at night, you can't eat it all. It's a waste if you can't finish it. Jiang Yueshi is used to saving money, and she feels uncomfortable when she sees Chen Fei spending money like this. Although she knows what Chen Fei is thinking. But it's uncomfortable, but she thinks that Chen Fei can be so thoughtful. And he himself doesn't have much money, but he is willing to be so luxurious for her. How to say it, I was a little touched in my heart. Grandpa told her, when you get married in the future, you should marry 2 kinds of people. One is willing to spend money on women, and the other is attentive. Grandpa is probably talking nonsense. What does he know? I didn't have time to ask you what dishes you like to eat, and there are too many people in line. I don't know if I got your favorite. If not, I'll get more. Don't worry, it won't be wasted. I can finish it all by myself. Fei Chen saw Jiang Yueshi's awkwardness and knew what she was thinking. But Fei Chen was originally a love veteran, and he has become more mature and stable after 2 lives. This little problem is not difficult for him at all. No need to get more. I like to eat. But this is too much. Jiang Yueshi hurriedly stopped Fei Chen from going to get more dishes and nodded vigorously. Jiang Yueshi, you have to remember. You are not the only one who can eat to keep the whole family from starving. The 3 babies can't be hungry. Of course, I'm not telling you to eat as much as you want. In short, you can't eat as much as you want. Listen to me. Fei Chen used his killer move, and Jiang Yueshi was speechless. Besides, she didn't eat much at noon, so she was a little hungry. In the end, she could only pick up the chopsticks and start eating. But during her pregnancy, her vomiting reaction was a bit severe, so she couldn't eat anything too greasy. She only ate a few relatively light vegetables, drank a few sips of soup, and a small bowl of white rice. She had tried her best to eat more and eat everything. And she wasn't picky about food, but she just couldn't eat too much. As she ate, Jiang Yueshi frowned involuntarily. She also realized that the food in the cafeteria might not be very delicious. Before she got pregnant, Jiang Yueshi never thought the food in the cafeteria was so bad, and she could accept it. And sometimes there were some dishes that tasted good and were very delicious. But after she got pregnant, she had no appetite for anything. She also knew that she was pregnant, so her appetite must not be very good, and she also had morning sickness. Jiang Yueshi forced herself to eat more, even for the baby. But if she ate more, she was afraid that she would vomit. A delicate smiling face, at this moment, almost became painful and twisted because of the unpalatable food. Seeing this situation, Chen Fei felt very uncomfortable. The garbage cafeteria, the food is really bad. Jiang Yueshi couldn't eat. It was really not all because of the pregnancy. It seems that Jiang Yueshi must cook her own meals in the future. System, you came too timely. Just like that, after a meal, Jiang Yueshi didn't eat much in the end. Naturally, there was a lot of food left over. Jiang Yueshi wanted to pack up the remaining food and take it back to the dormitory for tomorrow's meals. She didn't even want to let go of what Chen hadn't finished. Give it to me. I have a big appetite and I wasn't full just now. These are only enough for me to eat half full for midnight snack. You won't snatch it from me, right? Fei Chen quickly stopped Jiang Yueshi's daily behavior. He grabbed the packed food. He felt so distressed in his heart. If it weren't for his big appetite and the need for midnight snacks, Jiang Yueshi couldn't refuse. This silly girl will probably eat leftovers from the night before again tomorrow. After eating, considering that Jiang Yueshi didn't eat much, she might be hungry at night. Besides, pregnant women should eat small meals frequently. So, on their way to send Jiang Yueshi and the others back to the dormitory, Fei Chen deliberately took a detour to the school fruit store to buy some fruit. He also told the boss to cut the fruits into small pieces and put them in a small box. Not only are they clean and hygienic, but most importantly, the fruits that Chen Fei picked are good for pregnant women and can be eaten. This is also part of the doctor's instructions today. At first, Jiang Yueshi didn't want to accept these fruits, and told Chen Fei that the fruits in the school were expensive. Even if she wanted to eat them, she could just go out and buy them tomorrow. There was no need to spend this money in vain. Chen Fei knew that Jiang Yueshi didn't want to spend money. There was no way. Chen Fei could only use their trump card again, borrowing the name of the baby. The fruit was stuffed into Jiang Yueshi's hands. And Shinqing assisted on the side. After sending them back to the dormitory, Chen Fei immediately contacted a daily rental house with a kitchen next to the school. Tomorrow, Jiang Yueshi must drink their nourishing crucian carp ginger soup made by herself. Can't wait a moment. Chapter 10. The next morning, it was light. Chen Fei came out of the dormitory and went directly to the vegetable market near the daily rental house to buy vegetables. He himself didn't cook much. Although he could cook a few home-cooked dishes, his cooking skills were really hard to describe. The system had the recipes of the dishes and a list of raw materials, which were very detailed and thorough. But Chen Fei couldn't help but doubt whether he could succeed. After all, some dishes test knife skills and craftsmanship. Now Chen Fei has a clear understanding of the essence of the dish, nourish crucian carp ginger soup. In any case, try it first, just as a practice. After buying the raw materials quickly, Chen Fei went directly to the daily rental house. This daily rental house is very close to Shenzhen University, and it can be reached in more than 10 minutes by foot. The rent is not expensive, 88 yuan a day. Chen Fei didn't care about other things and went directly to the kitchen. After washing the raw materials and placing them on the chopping board, Chen Fei still didn't know how to start. I was a little nervous for no reason. I say, system boss, you only reward dishes, not god-level cooking skills or knife skills. Is your function not yet perfect? Fei Chen confirmed with the system helplessly. Do you want me to cook the dishes directly and serve them to you? Host, please be more careful. There is love in cooking, and you must experience it yourself. And I have a god-level cooking learning function, so you can learn and practice slowly by yourself. What the system said makes sense, and Fei Chen was speechless. In short, I can only do it myself. The method of the system's nourish crucian carp and ginger soup is not quite the same as ordinary home-cooked dishes. It is a special ancient method. According to the system, it can guarantee the deliciousness, freshness and nutrition of the fish soup to the greatest extent. It just takes a longer time to cook the soup, and the heat must be accurate. This is not a problem. In order to let Jiang Yueshi drink nutritious fish soup, Fei Chen is willing to spend more time and energy. Besides, I still need this to run my business. Only in this way can I complete the system tasks and unlock more dishes. This first step must be achieved no matter what. First, it is to practice knife skills. Chen Fei picked up the kitchen knife and followed the master in the system to start processing crucian carp. I have to say that the teaching method given by the system is immersive and effective. The master seemed to be standing next to Chen Fei, teaching him hand in hand. Chen Fei had never expected that he would make mistakes at the beginning just to process a crucian carp. Fortunately, he bought 7 or 8 crucian carps weighing more than 1 pound as backup. After failing 3 fish, it finally looked a bit decent. The crucian carp's internal organs were cleaned, the fish scales were removed, and the head was specially treated. Chen Fei felt that his knife skills had undoubtedly improved, but not much, and he had to continue practicing. The next step was to remove the Kruschenkopf's bones. The Kruschenkopf's meat is very delicious, and the only drawback is that it has many bones. It is not necessary to remove the fish bones when cooking Kruschenkopf soup at home, but it is necessary to remove the fish bones when making their Nourish Kruschenkopf and ginger soup of the system. It feels a bit like it is specially customized for pregnant women. And the method of removing fish bones is also very particular. Chen Fei concentrates. Take out a dry towel and wipe the water off the fish first. Then put a dry towel on the fish and hold the fish body with your hands. Start from the tail of the fish and cut it towards the head, and then cut it at the head position, and half of the fish body is cut. Do the same for the other half, and the whole fish spine will come out. Next, put the fish head and fish bones aside. Prepare to remove the fish bones. First, touch it with your hands to feel the position of the fish bones. Use a knife to gently cut between the fish bones and the fish meat, and then cut it off along the fish bones. Because the fish bones in the belly are relatively hard, they are easy to remove. Remove the fish bones, and you're done. Chen Fei carefully followed the master, step by step. Although it was a little difficult, it was basically mastered. After wasting 2 more fish, Chen Fei was able to complete the processing of a Kruschenkopf into the required shape. After the main dish Kruschenkopf was done, it was not difficult to cut the ginger kernel. After all the materials were processed, the next step was to stew it in the pot. The system was very considerate and digitized the heat. After several attempts, Chen Fei reached the required heat. After stewing for a while, he adjusted the heat again. This process was repeated. Before he knew it, it was already noon. After nearly 5 hours of careful work, Chen Fei finally succeeded in making his first pot of fish soup. Chen Fei had never done something so focused before. It can be said that this pot of fish soup has poured all of Chen Fei's efforts so far. And the result did not disappoint him. There were some chopped green onions floating on the fish soup, which was milky white and tender, and full of fragrance. Just looking at it and smelling it can arouse people's great appetite. The nourishing Kruschenkopf ginger soup is finally done. Chen Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help sighing. Looking at the steaming fish soup, he swallowed his saliva and decided to try the taste. He took the soup spoon and gently scooped a small spoonful into his mouth. Instantly, the 5-spice flavor with the right temperature and moderate saltiness spread in Chen Fei's mouth. It filled his entire mouth and could not be dispersed for a long time. This taste is not only delicious, but also slightly sweet after careful tasting. As a Cantonese, Chen Fei has tasted many delicious old-fashioned soups. But even this ordinary Kruschenkopf soup, Chen Fei can be sure that it is definitely the most delicious fish soup he has ever tasted. He couldn't wait to scoop a little fish meat into a small bowl. Then he picked up a little with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. There are no fish bones, it is not old or fishy, and it melts directly with a light touch of teeth. The fish meat tastes very delicious, and the fragrance of the fish soup is mixed together, making people feel like they can't stop. Chen Fei's mouth can't help but curl up, and his eyes are incredibly wide. This, such a delicious fish soup, is it really made by me? System product, it is really extraordinary. If such a delicious fish soup is sold. Even if the soup is not as popular as snacks. Chen Fei also firmly believes that people who pass by will want to taste it. There is no worry about not being able to sell it. Chen Fei swallowed his saliva and really wanted to drink all the fish soup in one breath. But no. He must send it to Jiangguishi immediately. 1:50 p.m. Chen Fei's class did not have classes in the morning. But the professional class in the afternoon was about to start. Jiangguishi and Shenqing, along with the other 2 sisters in their dormitory, had already arrived in the classroom. Jiangguishi is not only a beauty, but also a real academic master. Influenced by her, people in their dormitory basically will not skip classes or be late. A few boys sat listlessly in the back row, staring at the beautiful women Jiangguishi and Shenqing, in a daze. They were Chen Fei's roommates. They didn't know what happened between Chen Fei and Jiangguishi at the gate yesterday. But it didn't stop them from discussing Chen Fei as usual. Chen Fei, this guy, woke me up at 6 o'clock this morning. It was as if he got up early to steal someone. Who did he steal? He borrowed 500 yuan from me yesterday, saying that he wanted to rent a daily rental house. Who knows which girl he will take tonight to have a night of love. Chen Fei is really lucky. A girl chased him to our dormitory 2 days ago. Comparing people makes people angry. It's okay if he doesn't give it to me. The voices of several boys were not deliberately low. Naturally, they reached the ears of Jiang Yueshi and Shenqing. Shenqing couldn't believe his ears and clenched his fists in anger. Didn't Chen Fei say that he would be responsible for 1111 and the child? Turn around and open a daily rental house. Shenqing knew what it was used for. This scumbag. When he comes, I will kill him. Shenqing said to Jiang Yueshi indignantly and heartbrokenly. She had never believed that Chen Fei, this scumbag, could reform, but this was really outrageous. On the contrary, Jiang Yueshi did not react much after hearing these words. She had a little expectation in her heart, but it did not mean that she had too high expectations. She felt that it was just a luxury. Jiang Yueshi felt relieved instead. Chen Fei was still the same Chen Fei. This was just his original appearance. It didn't matter what he did with other girls. As long as he really cared about the children, it was enough. No matter what Chen Fei did, she had no right, and she didn't need to care or ask. Just when they were still discussing Chen Fei enthusiastically, Chen Fei rushed to the classroom 1 minute before class. He walked into the classroom with a large insulated lunch box. He also ignored the eyes of others and walked directly to Jiang Yueshi and sat down. Chapter 11. No surprise. When the whole class saw the playboy Chen Fei clearly, it was indeed the moment when he sat next to the cool and arrogant academic master Jiang Yueshi. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. What's going on? Is Chen Fei going to chase Jiang Yueshi? How dare he do that? Besides, what's that expression on Jiang Yueshi's face? Could it be that Fei Chen succeeded? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hallucination, this is all an illusion. Chen Fei's extraordinary action immediately attracted everyone's attention. They stared at the two of them in amazement, unable to take their eyes away, eager to know what was going on. However, Jiang Yueshi is a top student and a great beauty. But because she is too aloof and usually unknown, her presence in the class is not strong. She was suddenly subjected to so many gazes, which made her feel very uncomfortable. There was also a sense of uneasiness as the news of her pregnancy was leaked and everyone was watching. She raised her head hesitantly and whispered to Fei Chen, "You should sit at the back. This is not good. What's wrong with that? You must not have had a good lunch again. I brought you some crucian carp soup. It's very appetizing. Don't worry, the old professor is always late, there's still time. I want to watch you drink the soup." As he said that, Fei Chen directly put the insulated lunch box on the table. He had an attitude that didn't allow for rejection, indicating that he would watch Jiang Yueshi drink the soup obediently. I didn't notice it just now, but the moment I saw the lunch box, Jiang Yueshi was stunned for a moment. This. She never expected that Fei Chen would bring soup for her, and bring it directly to the classroom. In public, with so many people watching, in this kind of situation. How could she have the nerve to eat in public? Although there is no explicit rule in the university that prohibits eating in the classroom, as long as you don't eat during class, no one would say anything. Especially in the first class, many boys who played games all night came directly to class with a piece of bread in their mouths. Some even secretly ate breakfast under the table. What? This is the fish soup I made myself. It's very nutritious and delicious. Please give me some face. Chen Fei didn't care about that and opened the thermos lunch box. As soon as the lunch box was opened, a rich fragrance wafted out instantly. Soon the whole classroom was filled. The fragrant smell filled the air and entered the nostrils of everyone present. Some people with sensitive noses couldn't help but sniff hard. It was like an old dog that shuddered all over when it smelled the meat bones that had been boiled for half a month. Then they all followed the source of the fragrance and looked over here. Jiang Yueshi, who was nearby, was naturally captured as well. At first, when she heard it was fish soup, she instinctively rejected it. She didn't particularly like fish soup and couldn't accept the faint fishy smell. After I got pregnant, I couldn't stand anything with a fishy smell. Especially the fishy smell, which makes me want to vomit. But when she was forced to smell the fragrance coming from the lunchbox, her delicate little nose trembled twice involuntarily. There is no instinctive rejection, and there is no fishy smell at all. Instead, it has a light fragrance, with a hint of ginger and chopped green onions. It smells really good, and I don't feel like vomiting at all. Jiang Yueshi was suddenly puzzled. Didn't he Chen Fei say fish soup? How come the fish soup doesn't he even have a fishy smell? In any case, this smell has completely aroused Jiang Yueshi's appetite. She really couldn't help wanting to drink it. This was the first time in more than 2 months of pregnancy that she couldn't help wanting to eat. It's strange, but true. Jiang Yueshi's curled eyelashes fluttered, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva subconsciously. Then he couldn't help but say, "This soup seems delicious." Seeing Jiang Yueshi's natural look of anticipation, Chen Fei was delighted. Sure enough, no one could resist this scent, not even the pregnant Jiang Yueshi. That's not it, try it while it's hot. Chen Fei brought the thermal lunchbox to Jiang Yueshi and carefully put the spoon away. At this time, everyone, including Qing, was stunned. The inexplicable development before Chen Fei and Jiang Yueshi caught them off guard. But what was even more unexpected was the fish soup. They all stared at the lunchbox, drooling. This smells so good. So tempting. I want to try what it tastes like. Can I have a bite? It seemed to resonate with everyone's gluttony. Jiang Yueshi's stomach actually growled twice. She was no longer reserved and no longer cared about other people's looks. I picked up the soup spoon, scooped half a spoonful, and took 2 sips. Then, a look of surprise flashed across the delicate little face. He scooped up another large spoonful, put it directly into his mouth and started to taste it. This is too delicious. Not only does it smell appetizing, it also tastes better. The warm soup slowly slid down the esophagus. Jiang Yueshi felt that her stomach, which had been troubled for more than 2 months, was suddenly soothed. Their whole abdomen becomes warm and comfortable. It seems that their whole person is full of strength. Most importantly, she didn't feel any nausea or any signs of morning sickness. Ever since she became pregnant, Jiang Yueshi felt like vomiting more or less no matter what she ate. But Chen Fei's fish soup is completely different, and it's so delicious. After drinking that big spoonful, Jiang Yueshi's appetite was completely aroused. She no longer restrained herself and started drinking it in big gulps, spoonful after spoonful. If she wasn't afraid of looking too ugly, she would have just held the lunchbox and drank it with her mouth. After drinking a lot of fish soup, Jiang Yueshi began to taste it carefully. She felt her mouth filled with a faint sweetness, but not particularly sweet. A little sweet, very memorable. After her abdomen warmed up, Jiang Yueshi felt a little hungry. So she picked up the chopsticks that Chen Fei had prepared, picked up some fish and put it into her mouth. The fish meat is also very, very tender. Just take a sip and it slides directly into your mouth. Because Chen Fei said it was crucian carp soup, Jiang Yueshi ate it very carefully. But after the whole piece of fish disappeared into my mouth, no fish bones were found. Even the tiny fish bones unique to crucian carp are gone, and it has been cleaned up thoroughly. Jiang Yueshi felt that she had never eaten such delicious crucian carp. The taste of the meat combined with the fish soup whetted her appetite again. In fact, she loves to eat. Because the family conditions were not good, I went all out in eating anything. At this moment, she returned to her true nature as a little greedy cat, with only delicious food in her eyes and heart. Soon, he disregarded his image and quickly ate up a large lunchbox of fish soup and fish head. Not a drop left, finish it all. The whole process takes less than 5 minutes. Chen Fei held his head with one hand and just looked at her quietly the whole time. Never knew. It feels so wonderful to watch a girl eat with big mouthfuls. Seeing Jiang Yueshi's unsatisfied look, the others swallowed their saliva. Can't sit still anymore. Oh my god. What kind of angel fish soup is this? Summon the old glutton in my stomach that has been petrified for 1,000 years. Chen Fei's roommates who were sitting in the back row couldn't help but ask Chen Fei. Fei Chen, did you really make the fish soup yourself? Why can't I believe it? It must have been from some big hotel. It tastes so good. Yeah, tell me. Which store? I'll go over after class and try a bowl. Fei Chen. Stop hiding it and tell me now. They all forgot to ask about the gossip about Fei Chen and Jiang Yueshi. All my attention was focused on the fish soup. Everyone couldn't wait to taste this irresistible flavor. Even Qing, who wanted to kill Chen Fei just a moment ago, looked at him eagerly. I want to know the answer, I really want to. A bowl of fish soup conquered the whole class before they even tasted it. Chen Fei couldn't help but feel a little proud about this. But he immediately thought, isn't this opportunity here? To make money, isn't it the fastest to start with classmates? I really did it myself, I'm not lying to you. This is my family's secret recipe. Not long ago, my grandfather passed it down to me. You guys are in for a treat. I'll set up a stall at the food court in front of the door tomorrow. If you want to drink, prepare your money. The quantity is limited, first come first served. As soon as Chen Fei said this, their whole audience was in an uproar. Chapter 12. Did I hear that right? Chen Fei actually wants to set up a street stall. This. Chen Fei, have you been kidnapped? If so, just blink. You are a glorious person who relies on women to survive, but you actually want to set up a street stall to make money. Do you have any shame? To be honest, Fei Chen has not been normal since this morning. His sudden action of licking Jiang Yueshi is really incomprehensible. But then again, this fish soup can really sell well if I set it up in a stall. What the hell is this, a secret recipe passed down from our ancestors? If you have this secret recipe, what have you been doing with it? I don't believe a word of it. Everyone around started talking about it. Chen Fei's roommates, in particular, said they couldn't understand it at all. Jiang Yueshi was also a little confused after hearing this. Chen Fei is going to set up a street stall. Did I hear it correctly? Fei Chen, you said you were going to set up a street stall, what do you mean? Jiang Yueshi asked in surprise. Yes, setting up a street stall. It means exactly what it says. I set up a street stall, worked as a hawker, and instead of selling fish balls I sold fish soup. I made money, and it's not shameful. I'll prepare today and start tomorrow. Seeing Jiang Yueshi's confused expression, Fei Chen smiled. She probably didn't expect Chen Fei to do this. It was really unbelievable. Then, let me help. However, Jiang Yueshi didn't understand Chen Fei's train of thought. But I still accepted this fact unconditionally. There were two things on her mind. First, the fish soup made by Chen Fei is delicious. It is so delicious. You will know it only after you have tasted it. There is absolutely no problem in setting up a stall to sell, and business will definitely be booming. Second, Chen Fei wanted to make money, definitely for the 3 babies in his belly. Then her first reaction was to help Chen Fei. It is only natural for you to offer to help the father of your child who needs to earn money. Although she doesn't understand and may not be able to help much. But she was never afraid of working and was always able to help. I'm glad you're willing to help. But don't forget that you are not alone now. If you are tired, the babies will be tired too. It's not good. You can sit and watch, but you can't do their work. Otherwise, I won't let you come over to see. Fei Chen said to Jiang Yueshi lovingly. Jiang Yueshi was weak to begin with, so how could Fei Chen bear to let her work? Good. Jiang Yueshi responded softly. She felt Chen Fei's toughness and knew that it would be useless no matter what she said. However, she also felt a trace of real care from this domineering attitude. Because of this, she could only agree superficially. In fact, if help is really needed at that time, she will not stand idly by. I'm only 2 months pregnant, so what's wrong with doing some work? Since she was a child, she has never been such a pretentious person. While everyone's curiosity was growing, the old professor was indeed late. Chen Fei struck while the iron was hot and began to promote his business on a large scale. Ask everyone to come and support us tomorrow, and give us friendly prices, 20% off, etc. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, the classmates also smiled and said, okay. We will definitely come to support you tomorrow. Until the class officially started, Chen Fei still wanted to post a small advertisement in the class group. During class, Chen Fei was thinking about solving the problem of startup capital first. Although the cost of setting up a stall is not high, it still requires money. Chen Fei only had 300 yuan left in his pocket for this month's living expenses, and he couldn't take out a penny more. So, I have to borrow money. The 3 silly friends in the dormitory are undoubtedly the best choice. Although Chen Fei is a scumbag, he is also a righteous and generous person, and his relationship with his roommates is really close. The richest man in the dormitory, Chen Hao. A typical rich second generation, he doesn't have to worry about his future because his family has made perfect arrangements for him. The second most handsome guy in the dormitory, Fang Ping. A little money, a little handsome, a little lustful, and a little silly. He likes to chase girls, but he has never succeeded. He keeps asking Chen Fei for advice, but keeps failing. And the last one is the otaku, Li Dong. He loves eating and playing games, doesn't like going out, doesn't like socializing, and is a 180-pound heavyweight guy. For people like this, there is basically no hope of ever being single during college. However, he didn't care at all. Girls, what's good about girls? Boring. After class, Chen Fei called a small meeting in the dormitory. It happened that the other three friends also had a lot of questions for him. Chen Fei, I didn't expect that a scumbag like you has such a business mind. I support you in setting up a stall, how about letting me invest in it? Chen Fei, my brother Hao is indeed a future business tycoon. He has a vision that is second to none. I also need your initial capital. Fang Ping, Chen Fei, tell me the truth, have you caught up with Jiang Yueshi? You are such a cruel person. Do you want to let me live? Chen Fei, no, I just started chasing today. Didn't you see it? I need your support to chase the funds. Li Dong, Chen Fei, did you really make the fish soup yourself? Let me try it right away. Don't wait until tomorrow. How about making it now? I'll pay for the raw materials. Fade Chen, don't worry. Do you want to drink such delicious soup in the future? Then you must invest in me for a long time. The three of them kept frowning. Everyone understood what Chen Fei meant, borrow money. It turns out that you want to set up a stall but you don't even have the capital. The three of them said in unison. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, how much do you want to borrow? Is it too much? Okay, brothers, just do what you can. Brother Hao, if you have less than 8,000, you are unworthy of your status as the richest man in the dormitory, right? Fang Ping, you handsome bastard, spend less money on girls, and you can save 2 or 3,000 yuan, right? Li Dong, make up your mind to lose weight. I will urge you to do it. I will cut your food expenses in half for the next 3 months. I will help you save the extra 1,000 yuan. Chen Fei had already figured out exactly how much money these three people could lend him. In the end, Chen Hao borrowed 8,000, Fang Ping borrowed 3,000, and Li Dong borrowed 1,000. The total is 12,000, which is basically enough. Now that the money has been collected, Chen Fei still has a few things to do. The first step is to apply for a business license to set up a stall, and then there is the sanitation experience. Chen Fei applied online first, and after being approved, he took advantage of the fact that they were still at get off work. I did it without stopping. After everything went well, I returned to Shenzhen University. I just happened to have dinner with Jiang Yueshi. What? You've already got your business license. While eating, Shenqing was also surprised to hear Chen Fei's progress. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. Now, she and Jiang Yueshi no longer doubted that Chen Fei was serious. Things seemed a little different from what they imagined. The next day, as soon as the morning class ended, Chen Fei pulled 3 free laborers in the dormitory. Go to the market with yourself to buy a food cart and buy the ingredients as well. Unexpectedly, on the way there, a familiar voice sounded in my mind. Bite. The host has successfully completed the Nourish Crucian Carp and Ginger Soup, and a small gift pack for beginners is presented. Unlock the new dish, First Love Corn Juice. Chen Fei was overjoyed. I was worried that selling only fish soup would be a bit monotonous and would not attract much popularity. Now it's settled. Corn juice is a very common and popular drink, so there is no need to worry. Products produced by the system must be extraordinary. And the method is very simple. Chapter 13. Chen Fei had learned about it online in advance. There are many types of food carts, including the traditional and simple food carts that can be seen everywhere on the streets. Even if it's brand new, you can get it for less than $1,000. It is not functional enough and indeed shabby, it cannot provide shelter from the sun or rain, and when the weather is bad, it has to close. This was not in line with Chen Fei's urgent desire to open business as quickly as possible and do more business. The first task of the system is to achieve a turnover of 10,000, with no requirements on costs. Why don't you just be better? Therefore, Chen Fei decided to buy a stainless steel multifunctional four-wheeled snack cart. This car is not only electric, but also fast and highly maneuverable. It looks fashionable and comfortable, and at least the hygiene issues will not be daunting. The key is that the space inside is particularly large, which can accommodate a lot of kitchen utensils and ingredients without looking messy. This will undoubtedly greatly increase Chen Fei's output. Although the price is indeed a bit expensive, it costs nearly 5,000 yuan. It is several times more expensive than ordinary food carts. But Chen Fei bought one without hesitation, figuring that if he stopped setting up a stall in the future, he could sell it as second-hand. This car holds its value much better than ordinary cars. Just like that, the four idiots happily got on the food cart and came out of the market. Just go straight to the vegetable market. You know what, this process is quite fun and makes me feel inexplicably excited. The main ingredient of Crucian carp soup is Crucian carp. This time, Chen Fei specially picked wild Crucian carp. And it has to be at least 1 kilogram, but the price is not expensive. At 12 yuan per pound, it is considered relatively affordable among all fish. It was the first time operating and I didn't know how the business would be, and the pot for making soup in the daily rental house was not big. To be conservative, Chen Fei only bought 20 kilograms. The total cost was 240 yuan. Of course, ginger kernels and some other ingredients are also indispensable. Altogether, it's less than 300 yuan. After buying these, the next step is to buy corn. This is the most common ingredient. Chen Fei bought 50 kilograms and spent 200 yuan. The system's dish name, First Love Corn Juice, is a bit of a lie, but it actually means sweet corn juice. So you have to buy honey. Chen Fei spent another 200 yuan and bought a can of wild honey. Altogether, this is the cost of all raw materials for the two products. The total cost is less than 700 yuan. Finally, Fei Chen bought some pots, pans, and especially a soup pot. Anyway, there are 2 gas stoves in the kitchen, so starting the work in one phase can save some time. In the end, these tools cost nearly 800 yuan, which was more than the raw materials. Just like that, before 4 p.m. Chen Fei prepared all his things and came to the daily rental house. Then of course I renewed the lease for another day for 88 yuan. At the end of the day, the total cost was about 1,600 yuan. There is not much time left, and the fish soup needs to be simmered slowly over high heat for at least 2 hours. Chen Fei had to hurry up and get everything ready before 8 o'clock in the evening. Then go to the food court. When renewing the lease of the daily rental house, Chen Fei suddenly thought of it. The stall must be kept open for a long time, and it is not cost-effective to rent a room on a daily basis. It is very necessary to rent a house by yourself. When you earn more money, you can consider renting a bigger one. Or just buying a house is not impossible. Considering that Jiang Yueshi will become increasingly inconvenienced in the later stages of her pregnancy, living in the dormitory all the time is definitely not a solution. Besides, if I move out, I can take better care of Jiang Yueshi, right? Well, it's such a happy decision. After slowly gaining Jiang Yueshi's trust, it's time to find a way to trick Jiang Yueshi into moving out. Bar. How can it be called a scam? That's for the good of the pregnant woman and the baby. Chen Fei, the dad, was full of energy and started working with all his strength. The first step is to process the ingredients. Crucian carp is the most important. The 3 silly roommates watched Chen Fei perform his miraculous knife skills and exclaimed how awesome it was after seeing him perform them. This guy said that it was the Chen family's secret recipe passed down from ancestors. Could it be true? Look at Chen Fei's level of proficiency, as well as his unhurried, calm and composed, old dog style. They had to admit, Chen Fei really knew how to cook. Why does it make me feel a little excited? Did Chen Fei take 2 days off from New Oriental's advanced courses? After all, New Oriental is not far from their Shenzhen University. Although he was surprised, Fei Chen did not let these 3 idiots sit idle. Peeling corn, washing this and that, I can help with a lot of things. After more than 2 hours of busy work, the first pot of fish soup was the first to show its claws. It smells so good. The whole little room was filled with the familiar fragrance from yesterday's classroom. At this time, even the foodie Li Dong couldn't help it. Chen Hao and Fang Ping were also drooling. Ignoring Chen Fei's objections, the 3 of them picked up a long spoon and scooped out a small bowl of fish soup to taste. Seeing how greedy they were, Chen Fei could only smile helplessly. I originally wanted to wait for the fish soup to simmer for a while longer and let them taste it when it reached the best taste. But they have to be able to wait. Especially Li Dong, it must be very uncomfortable for him to smell the fragrance but not be able to put it in his mouth. If you wait one more minute, he will fight you to the death. The three of them put the fish soup on the table, not caring whether it was hot or not. Li Dong took the first step, took the soup spoon, scooped a mouthful and put it into his mouth. The fish soup poured down my throat and then into my stomach, where it churned for a while. He felt like he was about to take off. Holy crap! This is definitely the best fish soup I've ever had. Oh my god! It's absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. Aye. Li Dong was so excited that he was a little incoherent. The greedy fat boy Li Dong, although from an ordinary family, has actually eaten a lot of delicious food. He is not a picky eater and likes to eat everything, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know how to taste. On the contrary, if he thinks something is really delicious, it will definitely not be that bad. At this moment, Chen Hao and Fang Ping saw the ultimate satisfaction from Li Dong's ecstatic expression. They both picked up the spoon. After tasting it, they all showed expressions of surprise and joy. This fish soup. It tastes good. It's really delicious. However, due to their low cultural level, a simple delicious is the limit of their praise. Especially for Chen Hao, a rich second generation, he often eats at high-end restaurants, and even some famous private chefs. He has tried quite a few of them. He has his own standard when it comes to food. However, Chen Fei's Crucian carp soup still brought him an unprecedented new experience. 5 stars. No, it's beyond 5-star level. But Fang Ping is quite unique. He couldn't help but reveal a lewd expression on his face. It's like being passionate and tender with a girl you like. Enjoy. The ultimate enjoyment. At this moment, the three of them seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit. He stood there in a daze, as if he was recalling something, or as if he was stunned. But the pure happiness brought by delicious food is so consistent. Fei Chen, give me another small bowl. I drank it too fast just now, and I couldn't taste it. Li Dong looked at the empty bowl with a look of unsatisfied feeling on his face. He raised his head and looked at Chen Fei, speaking happily. One bowl of fish soup is not enough. My throat is not moistened. He still wants to drink. Chapter 14. Even if you drink this big pot, you will say it doesn't taste good. Chen Fei was speechless. How could he not know what kind of person this foodie was? After finishing one bowl, there will be a second bowl, a third bowl. I really didn't taste it. I really only took a small sip. Really, a small bowl is enough. Really. I'm not lying to you. Li Dong did not give up, his eyes were full of pleading. However, before Chen Fei could reject him righteously, Chen Hao and Fang Ping looked at each other and said in unison. Fei Chen, another small bowl please. Well. Even the two people who are not greedy and usually care about their reputation. Although he saw that Li Dong, the foodie, had his demands not met, he still made his legitimate demands. There's nothing I can do, it's just too delicious. In front of the desire for food, everything is nothing. I'm talking to you guys. Chen Fei was at a loss as he looked at the three of them with extremely expectant eyes. I can only blame my own fish soup, it's a sure kill. Fortunately, Fei Chen looked at the time and it was just right. The fish soup has reached its best state. Chen Fei turned the heat down to the lowest setting and generously filled 3 large bowls. A bowl was served to each of them. After all, these 3 gentlemen are also Chen Fei's creditors, who have contributed both money and manpower. Don't get mad. The 3 of them were overjoyed, and waited until the fish soup was no longer hot, then they eagerly drank the big bowl of fish soup in just 2 gulps. After drinking it, I didn't have the slightest idea of stop drinking when it's appropriate. He actually asked for another bowl, so Chen Fei had no choice but to get 3 more bowls. Well. It was wiped out in a few minutes. After drinking 2 large bowls in a row, the 3 of them still weren't satisfied. In the end, he shamelessly asked for a third bowl, and finally he gave in reluctantly. But Li Dong was forcefully stopped by Fei Chen. Otherwise, there's no way he would be able to stop. He won't give up until his stomach is so bloated that he can't eat anymore. Fortunately, I finally tasted enough of the flavor, which was full of happiness. Now, none of the 3 people suspected that Chen Fei had the secret recipe passed down from his ancestors. This isn't even a secret recipe passed down from generation to generation. Come, tell me what a secret recipe is. Seeing that the three of them were in a very good mood, Chen Fei took the opportunity to tell them the news that Jiang Yueshi was pregnant. Well, Jiang Yueshi is pregnant, and the child is his. The result is predictable, all three of them were shocked. You even lied to us and said you were just chasing her. You even got her pregnant. You are the real torturer. You idiot. There is no one like you in our dormitory who values love over friendship, unless he gives me soup. The three of them looked at each other, unable to say a word. Then, Fei Chen continued to tell them. Well, I've been pregnant for more than 2 months, and I'm pregnant with triplets. The result is predictable. The three of them had to catch their chins with their hands to prevent them from falling to the ground and breaking into pieces. Not alive, not alive. It's boring, boring. We are all the same people and we are still in the same dormitory. Why is the gap between people so big? Among the three of them, except Chen Hao, the other two are novice. Where is Chen Fei? I have countless girlfriends, and I change one every month. Various flavors, try them in turn. Now, even a goddess-level person like Jiang Yueshi can't escape his clutches. And it's done in one step. Now you have it, and you have 3. If you want to talk about this man, you have to look at my brother Chu. Awesome. However, there was something that surprised the three of them. I didn't expect that Chu the scumbag would be so responsible. Are you going to give birth to the baby this time? And there are 3 of them, 3 children, 3 lives. They ask themselves whether they have the courage to take on the responsibility. They are only in the 2nd semester of their sophomore year, only 20 years old, and everything about the future is unknown. It's unimaginable that he is a father of 3 children at this age. But Chen Fei chose to take responsibility. This really made my roommates look at me with new eyes, and even admire me a little bit. This guy Chen Fei turns out to be a good man. He wants to set up a stall to sell fish soup. He probably wants to make a little money to support his 3 children. Why do I feel so touched? After figuring out the reason, the 3 of them stopped just focusing on eating. Instead, they took the initiative to help others, full of energy and love in their hearts. Thanks to this, before 7:30, another pot of fish soup was quickly cooked and loaded onto the snack cart. And first love corn juice, everything is done. Chen Fei brought all his things and checked them one last time. So they used a snack cart loaded with delicious food, and there were 3 silly people huddled together in the cart. Let us go to the food street outside the entrance of Shenzhen University. Start setting up a stall for the first time. After arriving at the food court, Chen Fei first went to the management office to pay the rent. In fact, you don't have to pay the rent, but you can only set up a mobile stall. At this point in time, it is obvious that the mobile stall has already been occupied by others. Chen Fei's stall business is a medium to long-term one, so he chose to rent a fixed stall. And they gave me half a year's rent in one lump sum. Because there is a discount. Originally, the monthly rent would be 1,200. If you pay it all at once every 6 months, it only costs 5,000 yuan, which is still very cost-effective. After paying the rent and borrowing 12,000 yuan from my roommate, I was left with just over 400 yuan. It is normal for these one-time investment costs to be high in the early stages. As long as the snack stand has tight cash flow every day and can slowly get on the right track, it will actually be profitable very quickly. Chen Fei was not worried at all that the money would be wasted. After the 6-month lease contract was quickly signed, Chen Fei got a fixed stall. He also bought 2 small retractable tables and 10 small stools at the grocery store next door. Since they are all made of foldable plastic and don't take up much space, the snack cart can barely be put down. The price was not expensive, the total cost was 150 yuan. Finally, Chen Fei bought a lot of disposable bowls and chopsticks, as well as disposable plastic cups. After buying all these, Chen Fei only had 50 yuan left in his pocket. Fortunately, everything is done. The 4 people drove the snack cart happily to the fixed stall. In the entire food street, the stalls with good locations have basically been rented out long ago. Moreover, Chen Fei rented the stall on a temporary basis, so the location of the stall was relatively remote. It's very close to the food court, tucked into a small corner. Many people turn back before they reach the end of the shopping trip. Generally speaking, the flow of people here is not particularly ideal. If not, Chen Fei would not have been able to rent it immediately. Even if the price of stalls in good locations is several times higher, there are still a lot of people who want to rent them. It's impossible for it to be Chen Fei's turn. However, Chen Fei didn't care. It might be a little difficult at the beginning. But he believes that with the exquisite food that can be tasted carefully, he will soon be able to attract many customers. And relying on word of mouth, there was no need to worry about lack of customers in the later period. Even this remote location actually has its advantages. His stall was obviously much larger than the other stalls, and there was an open space next to it, so he could occupy the road when necessary. Customers were seated here and it wasn't crowded at all. Instead, it provides conditions for receiving more people later. After the snack cart is parked, the roommates worked very hard and quickly put the small table and stool in place. Chen Fei took out a small blackboard that he had prepared long ago. It says, "A secret recipe passed down from generation to generation, a delicious snack. Nourish Crucian carp ginger soup, 30 yuan portion. First love corn juice, 18 yuan portion." Chapter 15. About pricing. Chen Fei also took various factors into consideration. First of all, the cost aspect. The Crucian carp used in the fish soup is wild. 20 kilograms of Crucian carp can make about 50 bowls of fish soup. Moreover, Chen Fei removed the fish bones from the Crucian carp in the fish soup. Customers can enjoy the delicious fish without any worries. The labor cost alone is worth a lot of money. Therefore, the price of fish soup is set a little higher, selling for 30 yuan per serving. Judging from the cost alone, the profit margin is very high. Although the price of 30 yuan is a bit high for a single item in a consumption place like a food court. But Chen Fei is confident that once he drinks it, he will definitely feel that it is worth the money. The cost of corn juice is really not expensive, 4 yuan per pound, and 1 pound can make one serving. Moreover, Chen Fei did not spend too much energy to make the sweet corn juice. Just follow the system steps and add various ingredients. So if I sell it for 15 yuan per copy, there is profit, which is quite considerable. Then consider it from the market and business perspective. Sweet corn juice obviously has a wider audience and can also bring more popularity to the stall. The price is 15 yuan, which is about the same as a cup of milk tea, and it is widely accepted. After all, many milk teas on the market are made from various powders. In comparison, Chen Fei's corn juice is purely natural and the price is absolutely affordable. Therefore, corn juice is sold in large quantities to attract popularity. Fish soup is a high-profit product and also its signature dish. The combination of the two not only makes the product sell well, but also brings in just the right profit. It was also the first time for Chen Hao and the other two to set up a stall. So they seemed even more excited than Chen Fei. This place is a bit remote. Do you think we can have a good start today? We have prepared so many things. Can we sell them all? What if we can't sell this? Even though it's a bargain for us, we can't finish all the food. The rich second-generation Chen Hao, standing in front of the snack cart, was worried about nothing. Although it is a small snack stand, it can also be considered an individual business startup. Starting a business is not easy. I think you're worrying for nothing. You've tried the fish soup before. Anyone with a healthy taste bud will be conquered by it. And this sweet corn juice, give me 3 cups a day, no problem. Based on my instinctive intuition as a foodie over the years, this will definitely be a big hit today. Fatty Li Dong is obviously much more optimistic than Chen Hao. In his opinion, as long as the food tastes good, it will definitely sell. What about business, location, flow of people, reputation? None of this matters. On the contrary, he felt that anyone passing by would not buy Chen Fei's products. That's their own loss, they are fools. If there is a refrigerator in the dormitory, he plans to buy all of them himself. I think that's fine too. But even good wine needs to be sold well, someone has to be the first to try it. I'll go and shout a few times and see. I'm so handsome, even if I don't buy anything, it's worth it to just look at the handsome guy. Xiao Shui forced Fang Ping to put forward his own ideas and even took the initiative to promote business. He thought that this would help Chen Fei without a doubt. Maybe it's a great opportunity to find a partner. There are so many beauties in Shenzhen University, and they are all greedy. This is simply a stage for extravagance. Chen Fei had no idea what Fang Ping was thinking. But he also knew that these 3 idiots were truly doing this for his own good. I'm afraid my business won't work. But as the boss, Chen Fei is not really worried. With the system in hand, the world is mine. With the help of the system and his increasingly sophisticated cooking skills, we'll definitely sell everything tonight. Everything is ready. Chen Fei opened the lid of the large boiler. The moment the lid of the pot is opened, the delicious aroma of fish soup wafts from the snack cart. The smell is very unique and completely different from the aroma of any other food in the food court. It is neither too strong nor pungent. Not too light, so light that you can't even notice it. It is like a lotus flower that suddenly blooms among a pile of rouge and powder. The fragrance is alluring, elegant and refreshing. It seems to be able to heal people's hearts. After being intoxicated by the unique flavor of the fish soup again, the three roommates found that the taste of other foods was no longer delicious. Not only does it not smell good, it also feels a bit disgusting. It's like a fairy is standing in front of you, throwing herself into your arms. You can't help but wonder, were you blind before? What do you think of those vulgar women who go to lick the bar? As the aroma of the fish soup continued to waft out, Chen Fei and his friends at the snack stand were enjoying it to the fullest. But the entire food street is still filled with the most pungent spicy aromas. Mixed with various smells of oil smoke, the smell in the air is really a bit complicated. And they are in the corner. Therefore, the aroma of fish soup rarely reaches other people's noses. If no one smells the tempting sweet scent, naturally no one will be attracted. Fang Ping shouted for a long time, but no one was interested in coming up to take a look. Now, Chen Hao was looking a little anxious. So he had an idea and took a photo of Chen Fei setting up a stall and sent it to the class group. Chen Fei was so busy that he forgot that he had clearly put so many small advertisements in the group yesterday. I have already set up my stall today, but I forgot to invite my classmates to come and support me. Brothers and sisters, Fei Chen's food stall is now open in the food court. There's fish soup, come and have some. Walk to the end of the food street and you'll see us. As soon as Chen Hao's message was sent out, the originally quiet class group exploded. Damn it! Chen Fei really set up a stall to sell fish soup. I thought he was joking. I just happened to be buying something at the door and will be here soon. Fish soup. Wait for me. That's possible. We in the dormitory are planning to go out for a midnight snack, so let's have a bite before we go. Only fish soup. It seems weird to drink soup. Even if it's just to see Chen Fei being a fish soup man with my own eyes, I'll come over. I hope this photo is not photoshopped, I'm on my way. Liars will be damned. There are constant messages in the group and it is very lively. Chen Fei is already a popular figure in the class, and Chen Hao is also a very charismatic guy. Under the influence of the two people, coupled with the fish soup yesterday, they were indeed left with a deep impression. I want to try it myself. Moreover, it seems that there is also gossip to read. What else not to like? There were more than 60 people in the class, and soon more than a dozen of them expressed their desire to come and find out what was going on. In the girls' dormitory. After seeing this message, Shen Qing was a little unresponsive. Chen Fei's ability to act is truly amazing. They actually set up a snack stand. She quickly asked Jiang Yueshi, who was reading a book, to look at her phone and check the group message immediately. After Jiang Yueshi finished reading, she took Shen Qing's hand without saying a word and went out. She wants to help Chen Fei. It's a deal. Just when many people in the class were rushing over to show their support, a girl who seemed to have been heartbroken walked to Chen Fei's stall in a daze. She was in a very low mood, her eyes were empty, and she had no interest in anything in the outside world. Even though the refreshing aroma of the fish soup had penetrated her nostrils, she didn't seem to feel much. I just glanced at the menu on the small blackboard. He said weakly, let's have some soup. Chen Fei and the others were overjoyed. I thought this beauty wasn't interested. Unexpectedly, finally. Welcoming the first customer. Chapter 16. Chen Hao and the other three are idiots. Seeing that someone finally placed an order, he rushed forward to serve with great attentiveness. He personally helped the beautiful girl move the stool, guided her to her seat, and asked her about her well-being. The beauty was stunned by these three people. This is too enthusiastic. She was originally a relatively introverted girl, and she had just broken up with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend wanted to break up with her, and no matter how much she begged, it was useless. Suddenly, I was treated overly attentively by three boys. The contrast was so great that she felt a little confused. Because the fish soup had been cooked long ago, Chen Fei quickly brought the steaming hot fish soup up. Chen Hao and the other three are idiots. They just stood there and stared at the beauty the whole time. They don't just look at others because they are beautiful and pleasing to the eye. I was more eager to know the beauty's reaction and evaluation after drinking the fish soup. Everyone was looking forward to it, with extremely expectant eyes, which made the beautiful girl feel embarrassed. "Oh, is this a specialty of yours?" The beautiful girl glanced at the three of them with great embarrassment. If she could do it again, she would definitely choose not to eat here. Not only is it embarrassing, it's also a little scary. Upon seeing this, Fei Chen quickly used his eyes to force Chen Hao and the others to go aside so as not to scare the distinguished customers. But Chen Fei's mood was no different from theirs. I was very curious about the little beauty's reaction to her fish soup. After all, this is his first wild customer. The beautiful girl had no idea how important she was. She saw Chen Hao and the other two finally reluctantly step aside. She then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't realize that she just wanted to eat something to feel better after a breakup. I unexpectedly came across such a strange stall, which made me feel even more uncomfortable. She thought to herself, never come to this strange stall again next time. Gurgle. At this time, the beautiful girl, who was still frightened, realized that she was indeed a little hungry. Her boyfriend just broke up with her and made an appointment to have one last meal with her. But she couldn't eat a single bite. At this moment, she was sitting on a small stool, smelling the unusually comfortable aroma emanating from the bowl of fish soup in front of her. I was immediately attracted by the fragrance. I have never smelled such a delicious fragrance. It is very unique and tempting. The beautiful girl is also a student of Shenzhen University and a frequent visitor to the food court. She is very familiar with the taste of some of the snacks here. I have never tasted this strange and unusually delicious. She couldn't help but look up, and then she noticed. It turns out to be a newly opened food stall. No wonder, these boys are not from Shenzhen University, right? The beautiful girl didn't think any more, her appetite had been completely aroused by the fish soup in front of her. She focused her attention on what was in front of her, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a little fish to taste it. After just one bite, she couldn't stop. It was clearly crucian carp meat, but there wasn't a single fish bone in it. And the taste is so delicious. Fresh and juicy, without any fishy smell. The crucian carp meat was cooked to perfection and tasted amazing when eaten. The fact that there were no fish bones made her extremely happy. Because she had the painful experience of having fish bones stuck in her throat many times, she is always very careful when eating fish. But now, she can let go and eat with big mouthfuls. The beautiful girl ate up all the fish in the bowl of fish soup in no time. She was really a little hungry. After eating the fish, she drank the fish soup with a spoon, savoring the taste. Suddenly, her taste buds were greatly shocked and satisfied. So fresh, so beautiful. Drinking fish soup after eating fish is simply a heavenly combination of enjoyment. She couldn't wait to scoop another mouthful of soup and put it into her mouth, repeating it over and over again, unable to stop. The little beauty probably didn't even notice while she was eating. The gloomy look on his face just now had disappeared, gradually being replaced by a satisfied smile. How could he not have thought of this? He was immersed in the great sadness of losing love just a second ago. But at this moment, I was healed by a small bowl of fish soup. The beautiful girl's delicate brows had slowly relaxed, and her face unconsciously revealed relaxation and joy. Chen Fei, Chen Hao and a few others were watching quietly from the side. Seeing the obvious change in the little beauty's expression, they also understood. The little beauty was obviously conquered by this bowl of fish soup. Soon, the little beauty's bowl was empty. She even picked up the entire bowl, not wanting to waste a single drop of fish soup. Then he touched his mouth and stood up suddenly. "Another bowl, please." The beautiful girl shouted loudly at Fei Chen. Even she herself was amazed at how loud her voice was. Normally, she would never lose her composure like this. Now, in order to eagerly drink another bowl of fish soup, he threw all his usual reserve and timidity out of the window. Seeing this, Fei Chen and the others were stunned for a moment. Then there was a lot of giggles. This girl is kind of cute. I didn't expect that this little beauty, who looks petite and delicate, has such a big appetite. This bowl of fish soup was quite filling, and after she finished it so quickly, she actually wanted another bowl. In fact, Chen Fei and the others didn't know. The little beauty does have a small appetite. She is usually full with half a bowl of rice and never asks for more. Today I had another bowl without hesitation, because I was really hungry. Secondly, of course, it's because the fish soup and fish meat are so delicious. Chen Fei smiled and quickly poured another bowl of fish soup for the beautiful girl. As soon as she put it down, the little beauty couldn't help but eat it with relish. She no longer cares about so many things. Enjoying food and enjoying the present moment are the most important things. What a crap boyfriend, just go away. The sky won't fall even if you don't have a boyfriend, there are still many good things in the world. For example, this bowl of delicious fish soup. She felt that she could definitely get over the shadow of a broken heart and embrace a beautiful life again. Chen Fei and the others couldn't help but feel happy when they saw the little beauty looking so satisfied. Sure enough, delicious food can heal everything. Just as the stall was serving its first customer, people in Chen Fei's class also flocked to the food street one after another. Here we are. Isn't that Fei Chen's snack stand? There's only one customer there. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. I can smell the aroma of fish soup. I won't wait for you. I want to be the first to taste Chen Fei's fish soup. Then you want to drink fish soup, you are greedy for Chen Fei's body. The 5 or 6 students who arrived first walked towards the stall excitedly while joking. Jiang Yueshi, who was following behind, was afraid that Chen Fei would be too busy to handle the situation because there were so many classmates helping out. I couldn't help but pull Shenqing to speed up my pace. Shenqing frowned at her hurried look and kept reminding her to be careful. Jiang Yueshi is pregnant now, so she has to be careful when walking and be sure not to fall. Jiang Yueshi had no choice but to slow down her pace. It should indeed be done for safety reasons. Never do anything that could possibly harm the baby. At the same time, we have our first customer. Chen Fei was still looking forward to more customers coming. He doesn't know yet. More than a dozen students in the class have already arrived at the food court. He was speeding towards his food stand. Chapter 17. The little beauty finished 2 big bowls of fish soup. He touched his round belly with a look of satisfaction on his face. She was so full that she could hardly walk. 60 yuan received via WeChat. After scanning the code and paying, the beautiful girl didn't seem to be in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat on the stool and took a rest in a particularly comfortable manner. She was really full. If you walk without taking a rest, you will feel uncomfortable with a bloated stomach. Chen Fei was not idle either, and started to clean up the dishes on the table. Just then, a familiar figure came running over. Chen Fei. Hurry up and make me a bowl of fish soup. I want to be the first to taste it. Chen Fei looked up and saw that it was Liu Jun from the next dormitory. He was panting, obviously he had run here. Wow, Liu Jun, you are quite quick. You are in luck. When Chen Hao and the others saw this, they said with a smile. Just as Chen Fei served the fish soup to Liu Jun, the other students came over one after another. There were boys and girls, more than a dozen people, in groups. I don't know, I thought there was some kind of activity. Chen Fei was delighted, knowing that they were all here to support his business. He then directed Chen Hao and the other 2 and began to greet them enthusiastically. With so many people coming at once, Chen Fei's enthusiasm also increased. Many students also smelled it. This was the aroma of fish soup that they smelled in the classroom yesterday. So they could not contain themselves and jumped for joy. But it still depends on first come first served. There are also some people who are not sure whether Chen Fei's fish soup is really delicious. He was not in a hurry to drink, but sat down quietly and observed the reactions of others who drank first. If it doesn't smell as good as it tastes, they would rather pay for it than force themselves to drink it. Of course, not everyone chooses to drink fish soup. Several girls said that they would rather have a bowl of first love corn juice. I don't know if it's the taste of first love, but it's nice to remember your first love. Very quickly, in less than 2 minutes, Liu Jun, the first one to come over, brought out the fish soup he had been craving for. Fresh out of the pot, steaming hot. There are chopped green onions floating on the milky fish soup, which looks particularly appetizing. Liu Jun couldn't help but take a deep breath of hot air, letting the plain yet extraordinary aroma of the fish soup fill his entire nasal cavity. The aroma flowed down his nose, making Liu Jun feel as if he was immersed in the deliciousness. He could no longer suppress the restlessness of his appetite cells. He blew on it a few times, waited for the fish soup to cool down, then picked up the bowl and started drinking madly. In less than a minute, the whole bowl of fish soup was sucked up. Even the fish meat was swallowed whole by him. Wow! This is the most delicious food in the world. Liu Jun was holding the empty bowl, very excited. This. Everyone was stunned. It was done in just 1 minute. I haven't seen you so fast before. However, it can also be seen from Liu Jun's obscene expression of enjoyment. That fish soup is so delicious. Fei Chen, give me another bowl. No, 2 bowls. Not surprisingly, Liu Jun put forward his own reasonable request. You have to queue up, others haven't had their drink yet. Fei Chen rolled his eyes at him and yelled. While Liu Jun was anxiously waiting for his next bowl, everyone else also got their own fish soup or corn juice. After taking a bite, they finally understood why Liu Jun was so fast. Oh my god! This is so delicious! The taste of first love. Sweet love. We have all of this, it's simply irresistible. No one can stop. Those who drank the fish soup ordered a glass of corn juice. And those who drink corn juice must also have fish soup. If one isn't enough, order 2. If I didn't have as big a stomach tolerance as Liu Jun, I would have wanted to keep drinking. After all the students arrived, 7 or 8 small tables were filled with people. Several people didn't have seats and could only stand and drink. Drink and continue. Everyone's face was filled with incomparable happiness. He kept smacking his lips and chattering away in praise of himself. It's so delicious, I can't stop eating it. Fei Chen, is there smoke coming out of your ancestral grave? How come there is such a delicious fish soup secret recipe? Corn juice is also very sweet and fragrant, which reminds me of him in the past. If you ask me, this crucian carp soup is the best. It doesn't have any fishy smell at all. It's not only delicious, but also nutritious. No. If I drink any more, I'm going to have a nosebleed. I feel like I'll have to drink a few bowls every month and have a nosebleed every month. Fei Chen, another bowl. And 1 serving of corn juice. Everyone who has seen and tasted it has praised it highly. The 2 students who were a little hesitant before couldn't help drooling. Without further hesitation, they joined the queue. After taking a sip, they began to doubt their lives. Damn it! I wasted so much time and waited so long to get the drink. What a big loss. I'm sorry Chen Fei, I'm sorry fish soup, I'm sorry first love. Just when everyone was disregarding their image and eating and drinking enthusiastically, there was a girl named Ji Yuxiang. But I savored it slowly and carefully from beginning to end. Fish soup is good, corn juice is also good. She didn't even gulp it down, but tasted it again and again with the tip of her tongue. Ji Yuxiang loves food and cooking. Not only does he know how to eat, but he also knows how to cook, and he has a certain level of research and attainments in cooking. She explored the fish soup through the trinity of observation, smell and taste. A conclusion was reached. This nourished crucian carp and ginger kernel soup not only has a superior recipe, but the person who can make this fish soup must have extraordinary cooking skills. Needless to say, the taste is comparable to that of a 5-star hotel. The most important thing is that the raw materials for this small bowl of fish soup are very simple and common. This further highlights that its cooking method is definitely not simple at all. Although Chen Fei said that this was his family's secret recipe, what was even more incredible was that this guy Chen Fei himself should also be a master with extraordinary cooking skills. This is really surprising. Everyone says Chen Fei is a scumbag and unreliable. She didn't know whether he was a scumbag or not, she only knew that Chen Fei's cooking skills were absolutely authentic. Ji Yuxiang drank the fish soup with an expression of enjoyment. I couldn't help but look up at Chen Fei, who was busy on the snack cart. This guy is handsome. People who are serious about cooking are the most handsome, no doubt about it. Ji Yuxiang immediately made a decision in his heart. She wants to become Chen Fei's apprentice and learn cooking from him. Jiang Yueshi and Shen Qing walked slowly and were the last to arrive at the stall. As soon as they arrived, they saw Chen Fei and his 3 roommates busying around, and the business in front of the stall was extremely booming. Although most of them were classmates who came to support them. But from the satisfied and enjoyable expressions on everyone's faces, you can tell that everyone really thinks it tastes good. Jiang Yueshi naturally had no doubt about this. Even as a pregnant woman, she couldn't help but eat the fish soup. Jiang Yueshi looked at the booming snack stand in front of her and felt very happy. In order to support his 3 babies, Chen Fei is not only taking practical actions. And it's a very hard and humiliating job as a street vendor. He wasn't lying, he was really doing it. And it seems to be very effective. This made Jiang Yueshi inexplicably moved. At the same time, it also indirectly proved that Chen Fei's rental of a house on a daily basis was not as his roommate joked. Which girl do you want to bring over to mess around? Chen Fei is really just cooking. Jiang Yueshi didn't know why, but she felt inexplicably happy about this. She didn't think any more about it. He simply rolled up his sleeves, picked up the rag and went to help clean the table. Even Shinqing couldn't stop him. Chapter 18. Many students couldn't help but ask for a second bowl of fish soup after drinking a bowl of fish soup. Or you can change the taste and have a glass of sweet corn juice, which is not so nutritious. In a short period of time, more than half of the 50 bowls of fish soup prepared by Chen Fei were sold. In fact, many students came before. I just came here to show my support and join in the fun. Whether Chen Fei's food tastes good or not is not the point. But when they actually tasted Chen Fei's fish soup and corn juice, they felt like they had discovered a new world. It's so delicious. It's really delicious. Something this delicious doesn't even need their support, it will definitely sell. It's not Chen Fei who is taking advantage of them, but rather they are the ones who are taking advantage of Chen Fei. Fortunately, I was in the same class with Chen Fei, so I learned about Chen Fei's stall first. This allows them to be the first to taste Chen Fei's delicious food. This is definitely something you can brag about. Many students posted on their moments, saying that they had tasted the best food in the world in the food court. The first batch of tap water was formed. After nearly 20 students arrived, the snack stand became very lively. From a distance, it looked like some popular food that people were paying to queue up for. At this time, there was a couple who were strolling in the food street as usual. Walking, chatting and looking for delicious food. However, after walking around the food street twice, they still weren't sure what to eat. They had basically tried everything in the food court, and there was nothing new that interested them. When they were almost at the end, the girl suddenly looked towards Chen Fei's stall. Is that a new stall? Is business so good? According to common sense, the food must be delicious where there are many people. Hubby, let's go over and take a look. It looks like there's something to eat. The girl pulled her boyfriend over without saying a word. She is the kind of person who follows the crowd and likes to join in the fun. Take eating for example, don't worry about how it tastes. If a store is crowded, she is willing to spend time queuing up to get a number even if the sign doesn't look very good. I will never rashly choose a place that looks beautifully decorated but actually has few people eating there. This is a lesson learned from experience. As the young couple arrived at the back of the queue, they smelled a rich fragrance. This fragrance is very special, very tempting, and it increases one's appetite. I've come to the right place. Judging from the aroma, the food must be good. After a while, the young couple bought a bowl of fish soup and a bowl of corn juice as they wished. I couldn't wait to have a taste, but found that there were no seats left. No choice but to pack and drink while walking. From the surprised and happy faces of the little couple, you can tell that their choice was right. In this way, the young couple ate their way through the food street, and the aroma of the fish soup wafted all their way. At the same time, Chen Fei's stall was filled with students who came to support him. The dual effects of popularity and fragrance are superimposed. Naturally, it attracted many passers-by, who lined up to try it. I didn't expect I'd die if I tried. After drinking the fish soup, they were all amazed, there is such a delicious food in the world. No wonder there are so many people queuing up and business is so booming. It would be a problem if something this delicious was too popular. At this time, several people who had passed by and were still watching could no longer bear it. Decisively joined the queue. I feel like if I don't go now, I'll miss something great. In an instant, the aroma of fish soup and corn juice filled the entire food street. Although the air is still dominated by the smell of oil smoke and strong spicy flavors. But the strong flavor of fish soup still has a place among all their complex flavors. And if you smell it carefully, you will soon be tempted by the aroma of the fish soup. Behind Chen Fei's stall is a jewelry store. Ali, the store clerk, also smelled the strong fragrance. She has been coming to the food court for several years and has never smelled such a unique and rich aroma. She moved her nose and sniffed carefully. This smell is so fragrant and pleasant. Sniffing carefully again, she smelled the delicious aroma of fish soup. Is there a stall selling fish soup? It's impossible. Most of the snack stalls in the food street serve spicy and fragrant food. How could anyone possibly sell fish soup? Fish soup is something that usually no one wants to try in a food court. It's so unpopular, even a little weird. Someone in the nearby residential building must be stewing fish soup. Ali has been busy in the store today and hasn't come out. So she didn't notice that a new snack stand had opened outside the store. She took a few more sniffs of the fish soup, but didn't pay any attention to it and continued to work. Chen Fei and 3 other idiots in the dormitory were busy greeting the guests. Fatty Li Dong suddenly saw another busy figure among the crowd. It was none other than Jiang Yueshi. Moreover, other students were jokingly chatting with Jiang Yueshi. 1111, I understand Chen Hao and the others help. After all, they live in the same dormitory as Chen Fei. But what is your relationship with Fei Chen? Is this considered an official announcement? I felt strange watching you in the classroom yesterday, but now you are showing off your affection. It's not fragrant anymore, I feel this fish soup is not fragrant at all. This guy Chen Fei must have saved the Milky Way in his previous life. Damn. I'm so jealous of him. You guys really shouldn't be so unconvinced. Do you have Chen Fei's skills? I don't know if he has any skills, but if it comes to hand speed, I definitely won't lose to him. Har har har. So funny. Since when did having fast hand speed become something to be proud of? Jiang Yueshi lowered her head and smiled awkwardly. No. We are all classmates, helping each other. Other students also noticed the special relationship between Chen Fei and Jiang Yueshi. They didn't care too much, after all, Chen Fei changed girlfriends faster than he changed clothes. But Li Dong knew that Jiang Yueshi was pregnant. How can I work when I'm pregnant? This won't do. Li Dong wanted to go over and finish Jiang Yueshi's work, but then he changed his mind. Looking at how much Chen Fei cares about Jiang Yueshi, I'm afraid he's serious this time. Besides, they already have a child. Jiang Yueshi is special no matter how you put it. In order to have delicious fish soup in the future, you have to behave yourself. Li Dong raised his head and glanced at Chen Fei, who was busy working. He quickly ran over and gently poked Chen Fei, alerting him to the arrival of Jiang Yueshi. Chen Fei followed Li Dong's gaze and discovered that Jiang Yueshi was bending over to clean the table. Although Chen Fei was very happy that Jiang Yueshi could think so much about him. I was even a little touched. What a wonderful girl. But right now, she must not be allowed to do these rough work. Chen Fei immediately stopped scooping the soup. He took 2 steps at a time and walked to Jiang Yueshi's side. The customers who were waiting in line panicked when they saw Chen Fei drop the bowl. Hey, where are you going, boss? My fish soup, it will be my turn soon. Chen Fei ignored her and went straight over to take the bowl and chopsticks from Jiang Yueshi's hand. He frowned slightly and spoke in a tone that was slightly scolding. He said to Jiang Yueshi righteously, I told you that I don't need your help. Sit down, I'll make you a bowl of fish soup, and you drink it here obediently. Chapter 19. Jiang Yueshi looked up in surprise. Seeing Chen Fei's expression that seemed angry but actually caring, she couldn't help but pout. She explained somewhat aggrievedly, it's okay. It's very easy, not tiring at all, really. Just let me help you. She really wanted to help in any way she could, but Chen Fei was obviously too busy to handle it. Chen Fei was speechless about this. Jiang Yueshi was born in a poor family and could not sit still. What I can't bear even more is to see others working hard for me while I just watch from the side. Chen Fei also understood. If it were any other time, he wouldn't have insisted on stopping it. But Jiang Yueshi is pregnant and anemic now, and her body is very weak. It won't work no matter what. If you don't listen to me, I won't let you come here anymore. Chen Fei frowned slightly and insisted, seriously. Seeing that Chen Fei seemed really angry, Jiang Yueshi lowered her head and dared not respond. But she didn't complain. As a baby's mother, she just wanted to help and do something to give her baby a better life in the future. Chen Fei saw Jiang Yueshi hanging her head, looking a little lost. But I also feel a little bit reluctant. Finish your fish soup first. If you're too busy later, I'll see if you need help. Really? Then I'll drink it. Jiang Yueshi immediately smiled when she heard that she could still help. The slightest bit of unhappiness on his face disappeared instantly. She raised her little head, her eyes full of anticipation and a little excitement. Fei Chen nodded, then quickly went to get Jiang Yueshi a bowl of fish soup. He knew that Jiang Yueshi must not have eaten much for dinner. So the portion of fish soup is a little bit bigger. Jiang Yueshi was shocked when she saw this huge bowl of fish soup. This amount is too much. Tea that much. Jiang Yueshi's cherry lips opened naturally, and her eyes looked a little helpless. She was a little suspicious that this was Chen Fei's conspiracy. I filled so much on purpose. The shop is closed after we finish eating, so how can I help you? Looking at Jiang Yueshi's little expression, Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh. It looks like an innocent little kitten, so cute. Chen Fei really did it on purpose. It doesn't matter if you can't finish it, you can help yourself drink it. But if you want to work, no way. Chen Fei was very proud in his heart, but his face remained calm. With an expression that said, I'm serious, he gently touched Jiang Yueshi's head. You have to finish it, drink it slowly, don't be in a hurry. I will consider asking you for help after you finish it. You have to drink it by yourself, don't lie. Fei Chen looked at Chen Qing beside him meaningfully and said softly. Although it was just a light touch and the hand was quickly removed. But when Chen Fei's fingertips touched Jiang Yueshi's head, Jiang Yueshi was still stunned for no reason. What is Fei Chen doing? Could this be a head pat to kill? No, there must be something wrong. We are not that kind of relationship. We are just strangers connected by our child. Jiang Yueshi shook her head desperately in her heart. I want to get rid of the confusing delusions that suddenly arise in my mind. I kept reminding myself. Chen Fei is a person who is very casual about feelings. Being gentle to girls is his daily routine and there is no deep meaning behind it. He does this to every girl. Don't take the head-patting scenes in idol dramas seriously, they are so fake. Even if he was really gentle to me just now, it might just be because of the child. He loves the baby very much, and it is normal that he loves the baby as well. This is good. Don't think too much about what other meanings there aren't any. That's it, it's good, nothing else. Jiang Yueshi quickly came out of her inexplicable emotions and refocused on the bowl of fish soup in front of her. Now all I have to think about is how to finish this bowl of fish soup and then try my best to help my child's father. Come to think of it, she didn't eat much at noon and in the evening today. This has something to do with Chen Fei. Because after drinking Chen Fei's nourishing crucian carp soup yesterday, I went to the cafeteria to eat again today. She found that the food in the cafeteria was even more tasteless and difficult to swallow than usual. This is just like the principle that it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. After tasting the exquisite food made by Fei Chen, the food in the cafeteria was really nothing in comparison. Jiang Yueshi is really not a pretentious person, she is not picky about food. Originally, she thought that she was becoming more and more picky because of her pregnancy. For the sake of her baby, she forced herself to eat whatever she could. However, the more I forced myself to eat, the more she discovered an indisputable fact. That is, she was craving for the fish soup made by Chen Fei. Her stomach, her tongue, and her heart were all hopelessly addicted to the delicious taste of the fish soup. Even so, at this moment, facing such a large bowl of fish soup that Chen Fei had prepared, Jiang Yueshi still felt that she could not finish it. Because the bowl is too big. It's several times her usual amount of food. However, when Jiang Yueshi actually started to taste the flavor that she had been longing for, she was shocked by her appetite. She actually finished drinking it. It didn't take too long to make such a big bowl. She drank it all up, even eating up the crucian carp meat. What's even worse is after eating. Jiang Yueshi actually still felt a little unsatisfied. It feels like she can drink some more. This. Jiang Yueshi was completely shocked. She could only comfort herself by saying, it's not surprising that 3 babies have big appetites. I myself am not a pig, not. Chen Qing on the side. Seeing that Jiang Yueshi had such a good appetite, he also showed a happy smile. Jiang Yueshi didn't eat much the whole day today. Now that I've eaten so much, it should be fine. The morning sickness doesn't seem to be as serious as I thought. That's good. At the same time, Shen Qing also understood. This is all thanks to Chen Fei's fish soup. Only Chen Fei's fish soup can whet Jiang Yuexi's appetite. However, this also made Shen Qing look at the fish soup in front of him with some confusion. Is it really that delicious? The scent is very tempting, I can smell it myself too. But is it really that serious? After drinking the fish soup that Fei Chen brought to the classroom yesterday, Jiang Yuexi kept talking about it in front of Shen Qing. He kept praising how delicious it was and couldn't stop praising it. Jiang Yuexi used almost all the adjectives she could think of to praise the food without any hesitation. Spare no effort to praise Chen Fei's fish soup. Shen Qing wanted to cry after hearing this. She didn't get to eat it, but she had to listen to Jiang Yuexi's compliments over and over again. Isn't this just making yourself uncomfortable? It's so unfair. Fortunately, Chen Fei also made a bowl for Shen Qing just now. On top of the normal amount, some extra ingredients were added. Of course, Shen Qing did not refuse. Shen Qing is Jiang Yuexi's roommate and also Jiang Yuexi's best friend. He has always taken good care of Jiang Yuexi. After Jiang Yuexi became pregnant, Shen Qing took even more care of her. Chen Fei felt relieved and grateful to have such a good friend taking care of Jiang Yuexi. A small bowl of fish soup with some seasonings also shows his care. Shen Qing also noticed it. My bowl of fish soup seems to be fuller than others. However, all her thoughts now were focused on the taste of the fish soup. With great curiosity, Shen Qing scooped a spoonful of fish soup and put it in his mouth. After taking the first sip, she finally understood Jiang Yuexi's reaction. Oh my god! This fish soup is so delicious. It tastes a bit dreamy. No wonder Jiang Yuexi, a pregnant woman with a very picky mouth, was also captured by it. This bowl of fish soup is really unique. Chapter 20. Shen Qing gulped down the whole bowl of fish soup in just a few gulps. She touched her extremely satisfied stomach and regretted that it wasn't big enough so that she could continue drinking. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why did she control her diet? Having a good figure is a good thing, but it also caused her to eat less. Every cell in Shen Qing's body longed for another bowl. But her full stomach objected. It really can't fit anymore. 11. I see that you usually eat less than I do. Now that you've finished such a big bowl, is it really because of the pregnancy? I also want to get pregnant. Then I can drink more fish soup. Har. Jiang Yuexi was speechless at her best friend's amazing train of thought. Do you really know what you are talking about? Shen Qing shook his head helplessly. It is indeed difficult to get pregnant, and I don't even have a boyfriend. No, that's not the point, is it? After a short while of regret, Shen Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. Got it. You can help digestion through exercise. I am too full to eat now, but if I exercise a little, my stomach might be empty. You can have another bowl. Shen Qing was very grateful that he could come up with this good idea. At the same time, after Jiang Yuexi finished drinking the fish soup, she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to help. Business is not only not slowing down, it is even busier than before. Chen Fei probably can't say anything more. Jiang Yuexi just stood up and wanted to help wipe the table and pick up the garbage. Li Dong and Fang Ping, who were watching closely, got there first. For the sake of their own future enjoyment, the three roommates didn't dare to let the pregnant Jiang Yuexi move. Moreover, Jiang Yuexi might become their sister-in-law in the future. That's a family. No, sister-in-law, please sit down and let me do it. This is my trash, no one is allowed to take it. The three idiots were more active than each other, and all the jobs that Jiang Yuexi wanted to do were snatched away. Even if they were busy as dogs, they would not allow Jiang Yuexi to take action. In order to practice the idea of exercising to empty the stomach after meals, Shen Qing also joined the team to help. The three idiots couldn't ask for more. Men and women work together, work is not tiring. Shen Qing is also a great beauty. She is a little fierce, but she is really beautiful, especially her figure. Then three idiots appeared and tried to steal Shen Qing's job. Qing, how can I let a girl like you do such heavy work? Leave it to me. Qing, how about we have a get-together between our two dormitories some other day? Qing, you are my sister-in-law's good friend, which means we are also a family. Shen Qing couldn't win over them and was very depressed. I just want to exercise and drink some fish soup, what are you doing? Watching them busy and happy, Jiang Yueshi stood there with a rag. Well, I want to help, why is it so difficult? Seeing this situation, Chen Fei, who was busy in front of the stall, was very satisfied and couldn't help but smile. Chen Hao and the other three are so cool. Worthy of being the best friend. The busy scene didn't last long before the last few servings of fish soup were bought by passers-by. The sweet corn sold out at almost the same time too. At this time, Ali from the jewelry store came out after being busy for a while and took a look at the food street outside. I found that a new snack stand had opened just across the street from my store. Business was surprisingly good, the place was full of people. What food do you sell? Is the business of the newly opened stall so good? Out of curiosity and also because I was a little hungry, Ali couldn't help but move closer. Before she got closer, she found that the aroma of fish soup she smelled before had become even stronger. It turns out that the fragrance came from this stall. Ali quickened his pace and ran over as if he had discovered a new continent. The aroma was so tempting that she had to buy one to try. Boss, give me some fish soup. Sorry, sold out. Chen Fei, who was packing his things, said to Ali with a smile. Ha! Boss, it's only a little after 9 o'clock, and they are all sold out. When she heard that it was sold out, Ali was surprised. If she remembered correctly, she smelled the fragrance of fish soup more than an hour ago. In less than 2 hours, they were all sold out. This speed and efficiency are too fast. Most of the food stalls in the food street start setting up their stalls around 5 in the afternoon. The stalls usually close at 1 or 2 in the morning. Closing the stall doesn't mean that all the products are sold, but by that time, there are basically very few people around. Even so, snack stalls with better business are still quite profitable. After all, stall owners who can do good business all have some real skills. And they all devote a lot of time and energy to their stalls. In order to sell more every day, the snack stand owners will stay until the end before closing their stalls. There has never been a stall like Chen Fei's. In less than 2 hours, all the goods were sold out and they had to be cleared out. Too fast, too hot. Some snack stand owners nearby were very shocked when they saw it. Originally, Fei Chen pushed the snack stand here at around 8 o'clock, which was already very late. At first glance, he is a young man, probably a student of Shenzhen University who is starting his own business. They still sell non-mainstream fish soup and corn juice. And the location of the stall is also very remote. They are still thinking, it would be strange if the business can be good. But unexpectedly, after Chen Fei found some people to entrust him with business, his business became jaw-droppingly booming. It was packed with people, there was no room for everyone to sit down, and we had to queue. This made them all look at him with envy. At the same time, I was curious about what kind of snacks this stall sells and why its business is so good. They really want to find out if there is any secret recipe or new internet celebrity hot-selling product. See if you can catch this trend and take the opportunity to make a fortune. If there weren't so many people queuing, and my colleagues weren't too embarrassed to do so, they must try the food at Chen Fei's stall for themselves. Now that Chen Fei was about to close his stall, several stall owners could no longer sit still. Tomorrow, I must find out the truth tomorrow. It was almost 10 o'clock. Chen Fei and his 3 roommates had almost finished cleaning up the stall. Jiang Yueshi was also there to help. But the 3 idiots still showed their shameless spirit. Sister-in-law, as long as we are here, don't even think about doing any work. Even though she didn't help much and just brought a few small stools, Jiang Yueshi was still very happy. After cleaning up, the 3 idiots looked at each other, then very tactically retreated. Jiang Yueshi originally wanted to leave, but was stopped by Chen Fei. I'm not good at math, can you help me with the math? Since Chen Fei said so, Jiang Yueshi had no choice. Since Jiang Yueshi wanted to stay, Shenqing naturally wouldn't leave either. But unexpectedly, the 3 idiots insisted on dragging Shenqing away. Shenqing knew what these 3 idiots were trying to do, and she hesitated for a while. Finally, I decided to give someone a chance to atone. Just like that, Chen Fei and Jiang Yueshi were the only ones left by the snack cart. This is the first time the 2 of them are alone together. Chapter 21. Jiang Yueshi and Chen Fei sat side by side on a small bench. When their eyes met, the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Fei Chen relaxed his shoulders. He had been busy for so long and was indeed a little tired. Setting up a stall is indeed hard work. Although the whole process only took about 2 hours. But maintaining high intensity and high focus work all the time is also very energy consuming. In addition, he has been busy with this and that since noon, without stopping. When making fish soup and corn juice, you have to concentrate completely and not let down your guard at all. At this moment, I am really a little tired. It seems that setting up a stall is a job that cannot be done without strong physical fitness. I don't know whether the system will provide some functions to improve physical fitness in the later stage to enhance my physique. Although if not, you will have to pay attention to physical exercise in the future. I am still working as a stall owner now. After 3 babies were born, I have to take care of both the mother and the babies. If you are not physically strong enough, you really can't carry on. Chen Fei drank some water and slowly recovered. Jiang Yueshi, who was standing by, felt a little distressed when she saw this. She saw how busy Chen Fei was just now, and how hard Chen Fei must have worked to prepare for the stall that day. She could imagine it, too. And Chen Fei did all this for his baby. Chen Fei, who is known as a scumbag and a playboy, is willing to do so for the baby. Made a sacrifice that most boys can't make. Jiang Yueshi couldn't help but think. If there was no baby, Chen Fei would not have to bear this responsibility. He is just a sophomore student. I have my own reasons for being so hard now. As Jiang Yueshi thought about it, she actually began to blame herself. She is so stupid, she never prioritizes herself. After I became pregnant, my body underwent obvious changes because of the baby. But she never complained to anyone, instead she felt sorry for Chen Fei. Chen Fei naturally had no idea what this silly girl was thinking at this moment. If he knew, he would probably scold her. What are you thinking? Isn't this what I should do? Can you please think more about yourself? Well, let's settle the account. Jiang Yueshi suddenly realized that it was useless to think about these things now. It is more important to do your best to help Chen Fei settle the accounts and help him share the burden. From now on, she will have to do small things like settling accounts. We can't let Chen Fei overwork himself just to settle the accounts. Yeah, okay. Today, we sold 57 bowls of fish soup and 90 servings of corn juice. Fish soup is 30 yuan per portion, and sweet corn juice is 15 yuan per portion. As for the cost of ingredients, the fish cost 240 yuan, the corn cost 200 yuan, and the other ingredients cost 250 yuan. Of course, we didn't use up all of them. Snack cart, kitchen utensils, water, electricity, gas. Chen Fei spoke while Jiang Yueshi took notes. The two of them cooperated extremely well. If you didn't know them, you would think they were a skilled couple. After a while, Jiang Yueshi calculated the accounts. The fish soup brought in 1,710 yuan, and the corn juice brought in 1,350 yuan. The total income is 3,060 yuan. The total raw material cost is 690 yuan, and the gross profit is 2,370 yuan. Jiang Yueshi was also a little surprised after she settled the accounts. She originally thought that the snack stand had low costs and the profit should not be high either. I didn't expect the gross profit to be so huge. This is only the first day of opening, not including fixed costs such as snack trucks and stall rentals. The net profit reached almost 2,000 yuan. By this calculation, you can earn 60,000 yuan a month, or maybe even more. More than 60,000 yuan a month. Jiang Yueshi simply couldn't imagine it. This is a huge sum of money, too much. If you earn 60,000 yuan a month, that would be more than 700,000 yuan a year. If we had more people, we could sell more. Isn't that just earning 1 million a year? I can't imagine it. A bit scary. Jiang Yueshi looked up in disbelief and looked at the small stall. It's really hard to imagine that I can make so much money. Is it really that easy to make money? Before she became pregnant, she had been working part-time to earn money for her studies. Even if I work the hardest and have the highest attendance rate in a month, I can only earn a little over 1,000 yuan, less than 2,000 yuan. She is already very satisfied with this income. She never thought that she could earn more, or how much more. Chapter 22. Chen Fei's snack stand, with a terrifying profitability of 60,000 yuan a month, completely overturned Jiang Yueshi's worldview. She didn't know whether she was too useless or Chen Fei was too good. Chen Fei is just too good. There are quite a few students who work part-time with her. Some of them are models and their part-time income is quite considerable. But 60,000 yuan is still an unattainable amount. Jiang Yueshi was completely stunned. She even felt that if she and Shenqing hadn't drunk 2 large bowls of fish soup for free today, Chen Fei's profit would have been even higher. Chen Fei prepared 60 bowls of fish soup, but only sold 57 bowls in the end. And my big bowl was actually 2 bowls, which cost 60 yuan. Not only did he not actually help, but he also dragged Chen Fei down. If I hadn't drunk 2 bowls, I could have made more money. Jiang Yueshi lowered her head and muttered to herself. Although the sound was very small, Chen Fei still heard it. Chen Fei felt both headache and heartache. It was just a bowl of fish soup, but this silly girl actually felt guilty. I really am always thinking about others, but never thinking about myself. Jiang Yueshi, I don't allow you to think like that. I am the father of the babies in your belly. Whatever I do is my duty. If you don't treat yourself well, you are being irresponsible to your baby. You must never have any feelings of sorry and guilt like this. Otherwise, the baby will be uneasy. I will also be uneasy, understand? Do you want me to be labeled as unworthy of being a father? Chen Fei controlled the tone of his voice, sounding a little bit reproachful, but also a little bit concerned. He looked straight at Jiang Yueshi and said seriously. Seeing that Chen Fei was so serious, Jiang Yueshi realized her mistake. We really shouldn't have too many negative emotions, it's not good. No, I didn't. I understand. Don't be angry. I'll pay attention next time. I just feel a little embarrassed that you're working so hard, but I can't help you. I understand what you mean. I won't do that again. Jiang Yueshi was like a bewildered little rabbit, explaining in a soft and panicked voice. There was still a strong sense of apology in his words. Even instinctively a little scared. Although she understood what Chen Fei meant, it was not a harsh rebuke or real anger. But I still feel a little timid. Because in her impression, Chen Fei is not a person with a good temper. Otherwise, there wouldn't be rumors that he often fights with people outside. From yesterday to now, Jiang Yueshi's opinion of Chen Fei has changed a lot. I feel that Chen Fei is not what everyone says he is. But perhaps, this was just a temporary reaction from Chen Fei because of the baby. I haven't really pissed him off yet. If I did, he would still have a bad temper. Jiang Yueshi clenched her 2 white and tender hands tightly together, feeling very uneasy. Chen Fei felt very uncomfortable seeing the timid look on his face. Oh. It turns out that what I said just now was too harsh. It turned out that he had underestimated Jiang Yueshi's low-giving personality. Chen Fei really wanted to let her know that there was really no need to be so cautious in front of him. He now only hopes that Jiang Yueshi can be herself happily. Laugh when you are happy, get angry when you are angry, speak out when you are unhappy. Don't hold it in, don't put yourself in a difficult position, don't suppress yourself. But thinking about my relationship with Jiang Yueshi, it hasn't come to that. It's normal for her to be cautious, afraid, and suspicious. Thinking of this, Fei Chen took a deep breath. Trying to make his tone gentle and reliable, he said to Jiang Yueshi again. I don't mean to blame you. I want to say that you and the baby are both very important to me. You have a poor appetite. If you are hungry, just eat your food obediently and don't feel any burden. I'm very happy that you like the fish soup I made. Really, I'm very happy. It also proves that my cooking skills are pretty good, doesn't it? In this way, I will have the confidence to take care of your and the baby's 3 meals a day in the future. This is not only my responsibility, but also what I am willing to do. I did it willingly and I'm so happy that I could do it. Chen Fei felt that now that he had a system, his cooking skills were constantly improving. It is not a problem to provide Jiang Yueshi with sufficient nutrition. But what is more important is to keep Jiang Yueshi optimistic and happy. And to do this seems to be more difficult. Chapter 23. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Jiang Yueshi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Fei Chen's tone was surprisingly gentle. And he also said that he was very happy and he was willing to. Chen Fei, why is he so nice to me? Jiang Yueshi couldn't help but wonder if she had heard it wrong. She slowly raised her head and glanced at Fei Chen secretly. Chen Fei's expression was serious and gentle. That's right, that was the feeling. Apart from her grandfather, Jiang Yueshi had never been cared for like this by anyone. A little touched. But she was humble and a little flattered, like a frightened little white rabbit. Chen Fei's kindness to her made her feel like she had found a treasure, and she carefully kept all this tenderness in her heart. Didn't act as if it was a matter of course and be indifferent. My grandfather once said that we should never take other people's kindness to us for granted. She even hoped that Chen Fei would not be so nice to her. Of course, he was even more unwilling. Chen Fei was so nice to him because he felt guilty. No matter what, she can't repay her. Chen Fei said that he would be responsible for his own 3 meals a day in the future, which would undoubtedly take up a lot of his time and energy. Chen Fei has to attend classes and set up a stall, so he is already very busy. It's too much to ask of yourself to take time to take care of yourself. Even Superman would be too busy. Jiang Yueshi didn't want to be a burden to Chen Fei. Although she was pregnant, she was not that pretentious. Many women in their hometown still have to work in the fields even when they are pregnant. It's great if you don't have to do any work. Can't ask for too much. So Jiang Yueshi declined Chen Fei's kindness. I can just eat in the cafeteria. You don't have to cook for me every day. Really, no need. She was already satisfied just to drink the fish soup cooked by Chen Fei occasionally. Don't be too greedy. Chen Fei expected Jiang Yueshi to have such a reaction. However, there is no room for negotiation when it comes to eating. Moreover, Chen Fei had already thought of an excuse. Whether you eat or not is your business, whether you do it or not is my business. Anyway, I'll bring you food every day. If you don't want to eat it, just throw it away. How could Jiang Yueshi be someone who wastes food? She was reluctant to waste even the food left overnight, let alone the delicious food made by Fei Chen. Jiang Yueshi frowned slightly. She had no idea what to do with Chen Fei. Obviously, she didn't expect Chen Fei to be so shameless and have such a strong control over her. If you really want to report to me, then promise me one thing. Chen Fei didn't want Jiang Yueshi to be too depressed, and he could take this opportunity too. So he moved the small stool next to Jiang Yueshi, leaned over and pretended to be serious. Seeing Chen Fei suddenly approaching, Jiang Yueshi tilted her neck back reflexively. Use physical actions to keep a distance from Chen Fei. However, she also took the opportunity to take a close look at Fei Chen's face from the corner of her eye. He is really handsome. No wonder he has the capital to be a scumbag. Her facial features are majestic yet a little delicate, and her skin is very good. His hair is a little messy due to work, but it doesn't affect his handsomeness at all. Much more handsome than many so-called young handsome guys. After instinctively distancing herself from Chen Fei, Jiang Yueshi became a little nervous. Promise him something? Would that be too much to ask? If so, how? When Chen Fei saw Jiang Yueshi, he didn't know whether it was because he was nervous or what. Her slightly flushed cheeks and long eyelashes fluttered constantly, and I couldn't help but feel my heart beating. This silly girl is indeed XIAOHUA level. Although she never dresses up, her natural beauty is still hard to hide. This touching, pure and lovely look is simply invincible. Chen Fei couldn't help but suspect that he must have been blinded by a dog in his previous life. Chapter 24. I actually like those glamorous girls who wear heavy makeup. If it weren't for the gorgeous young woman. He had had physical contact with XIAOHUA, the girl everyone dreams of, but in order not to give up the entire forest, he abandoned a treasure girl. This person is a jerk and blind. He deserves a horrible death. Jiang Yueshi is so beautiful that she seems otherworldly. Chen Fei was admiring the beauty in front of him. He felt his throat itchy and started swallowing. Fortunately, he controlled himself well and did not swallow his saliva too obviously, so as not to scare Jiang Yueshi. Otherwise, it would be too. He could also understand that if he suddenly approached, Jiang Yueshi would subconsciously dodge. Getting closer to Jiang Yueshi is not something that can be done overnight, so you can't rush it. Chen Fei is willing to wait and willing to work hard. Let her truly trust herself and accept herself. It's nothing special, just keep me company for the weekend. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. Fei Chen leaned back and pretended to be relaxed. In order to prevent Jiang Yueshi from refusing, he continued to act like a rogue and acted first and reported later. Don't give her the chance to reject you. I. Jiang Yueshi was a little confused and didn't know how to answer. After Chen Fei finished speaking, he came to the snack cart and prepared to drive away. No matter what Jiang Yueshi said, he would not be able to hear it. He only knew, just assumed that Jiang Yueshi agreed. Jiang Yueshi was also helpless. I had no choice but to give up and let it become a fait accompli. It's just going to a place with Chen Fei, he can't eat me. He wouldn't do anything bad, he said so. And now that I'm pregnant, I can't do it. Chen Fei looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock. He planned to send Jiang Yueshi back to the dormitory first, and then go back to the daily rental house. While packing up his things, he sent a message to the landlord and extended the daily rental period to the weekend. When the weekend comes, he will look for a house and move out of the dormitory. Of course, I can only rent a house first, buying a house is still a long way to go. In this way, you don't have to continue renting a daily rental house. It's not cost-effective, nor convenient, and more importantly, Jiang Yueshi can't come with us. This won't do. The premise of all this is that my own stall can continue to make money, and I have to pay back the money I borrowed from my roommate first. Chen Fei calculated that the net income of the snack stand today was more than 2,000 yuan. He decided to increase the quantity and sell more tomorrow. Try to make back the money in these few days and realize real profit. As long as nothing goes wrong, it is easy to make a profit. Today is Tuesday, and the snack stand will definitely start to make a profit before the weekend. Only in this way can you have money to rent a house. A deposit is required for renting a house. By this calculation, it seems that I won't be able to pay back the money I borrowed from Chen Hao and others this week. Never mind. It won't matter if I return it in a week or so. Those 3 idiots wouldn't urge me to pay back the money, and they were still craving for my delicious food. Compared to the happiness of my family of 5, these 3 idiots must take a back seat. Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Chen Fei looked at the snack cart carrying Jiang Yueshi, and planned his future life happily. This cool little electric car can not only carry his babies and his future wife, it also carries the happiness of their family of 5. At this moment, Chen Fei felt particularly satisfied. He was glad that he was reborn. Fortunately, the 3 babies stayed. Don't have any regrets in the future. Chapter 25. After saying goodbye to Jiang Yueshi downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Chen Fei drove the snack cart back to the daily rental house alone. Start making your own plans. I first checked my get out of class schedule on my phone and found out that I have classes tomorrow morning and afternoon. Fortunately, the 2 classes are consecutive, from 10:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m., so it won't take up too much time. He decided to go to the market early tomorrow morning to order the freshest fish. I bought 20 kilograms of crucian carp today and made 50 bowls of fish soup. Then I have to buy at least 35 kilograms tomorrow to make 80 servings. It's useless to have more. Those 2 big pots can only hold this much. Moreover, a 35 jin crucian carp was already the limit of what Chen Fei could handle, and there was not enough time. However, it is a bit troublesome to increase the amount of first love corn juice. Because peeling corn is too time consuming, today we have 3 idiots including Chen Hao to help. It definitely won't work if he relies on himself. Chen Fei decided to go to the market tomorrow to see if there were any unpeeled corn kernels for sale. If not, he would have to process the corn all at once in the morning. Fortunately, there is no need to worry about not being able to sell them and wasting ingredients. Products like fish soup and corn juice cannot be used the next day if they are not sold out on the same day. The worst case scenario is that if you set up the stall for a longer time, you will still be able to sell out. It'll just be a bit harder. No big problem. I went to order fish around 6 in the morning so that I could buy enough food for lunch. After it's done, just put it in an insulated box and bring it to Jiang Yueshi. In the afternoon, I can go to the market to pick up fish, process them, and make fish soup. Early the next morning, Chen Fei got up at 5:30 and arrived at the vegetable market on time at 6 o'clock. I went straight to the fish stall I saw yesterday and bargained with the owner. Because Chen Fei bought 15 kilograms more today, and the boss saw that Chen Fei was showing signs of becoming a stable buyer, they generously reduced the price by 50 cents per pound. It was originally sold for 12 yuan, but he sold it to Chen Fei for 11.5 yuan. The total price for 35 kilograms was 402.5 yuan, and the boss even gave me a small change, so I charged him 400 yuan. After ordering the fish, Chen Fei went around the market looking for corn, the kind that had been peeled. I didn't expect it really exists. However, the amount of peeled corn displayed by each store was not large. £12 is considered good. Of course, the price is also higher, selling for 5 yuan per pound. Chen Fei bought all the goods from 7 or 8 nearby stalls and bought 70 kilograms in total. The total cost was 350 yuan. The main ingredients for today have been purchased. However, considering the subsequent use of corn kernels, Chen Fei found a relatively large stall. After discussing with his boss, he told him the number of corn kernels he needed 1 day in advance. The boss just needs to peel the corn and supply it to Chen Fei. Of course, there is no reason for the boss to refuse such a good thing. He also promised to help deliver the goods, as long as the distance was not far. Of course, Chen Fei wanted it more than anything. After the deal was settled, Fei Chen went to buy some ginger, garlic and onions. There was still some left yesterday, but it was obviously not enough, so Chen Fei bought more for a few days at once. After that, I went to buy food for lunch. Chen Fei downloaded an app for pregnant women and matched the nutrition according to the instructions. Decided to have scrambled eggs with tomatoes, local chicken soup, and stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts today. Chen Fei already knows how to cook these home-cooked dishes. However, there are more sophisticated recipes in the system. Although it is not as good as the food produced by the unlocked system secret recipe, as long as your cooking skills improve, the taste of the food will be very good. While buying these daily groceries, Chen Fei deliberately got acquainted with the owners of each stall. Although the system only has 2 dishes now, there will definitely be secret recipes that will use other ingredients later. By getting to know the bosses, you can ensure that you buy fresh vegetables. Secondly, after you get to know each other, as old customers, you can probably get a discount. If it's just for my family, it won't be much cheaper. But Chen Fei needs to set up a stall, so he will need a lot of supplies. Adding them together can save you a lot of money, and over time, it can save a lot of expenses. Chapter 26. I have 3 children to raise, so I have to be thrifty. You have to be aware of how you live your life. After buying everything, it was almost 7:30. After returning to the rental house, there was still some time, so Chen Fei decided to make their first love corn juice first. Corn juice is not like fish soup. It should be drunk fresh and hot. It can be chilled in the refrigerator. It just so happened that yesterday quite a few customers suggested that corn juice would taste better if it was chilled. After all, the weather is so hot now, everyone likes to drink frozen drinks. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Chen Fei's daily rental house does not have such a big refrigerator. As a second best option, he planned to soak most of the prepared corn juice in cold water. When you put it out to sell, just add some ice cubes into it. That's all. It took Chen Fei more than an hour to make all their first love corn juice. Next, it's time to prepare today's lunch. The most time-consuming and labor-intensive thing is the local chicken soup, which requires cutting and washing, and has many ingredients. And simmer slowly over low heat. While the chicken soup was stewing, Chen Fei quickly cut the lean meat, then marinated it with a little water, starch and oil. This way it will be more tender when fried. Chen Fei didn't know this before, and the system gave the best ratio for pickling. After pickling, cut the garlic sprouts into sections and boil them in water to remove the bitter taste of the garlic sprouts. Also, don't cook it for too long, otherwise the garlic sprouts will not be crispy. After finishing the preparations, Fei Chen started to heat the oil in a pan. First, add the onion, ginger and garlic and stir fry until fragrant, then add the garlic sprouts and lean pork and stir fry. Stir fry over high heat for a short while and then serve. Don't stir fry for too long or it will become overcooked. After a while, the aroma of garlic sprouts and meat wafted into the air. Sure enough, it was much more fragrant than the ones Chen Fei usually cooked himself. It's just a simple home-cooked dish, although it can't be compared with system-produced dishes like ginger kernel and Crucian carp soup. But it tastes much better than the food cooked in a big pot in the cafeteria. With the help of the system, Chen Fei believed that his dish should be something Jiang Yueshi could eat. Besides, this dish was made according to Jiang Yueshi's taste. She is from Sichuan and prefers heavy and spicy food. Although pregnant women should not eat too spicy food, it is not good for the baby. Jiang Yueshi also knew this, and for the sake of her baby, she had tried her best to control herself and basically ate very light food. But it doesn't mean you can't eat spicy food at all. Chen Fei's dish is just right, not too strong nor too spicy. It retains the aroma of stir-frying and adds a little spicy bean paste to enhance the flavor, but it is not greasy. Very little salt was used, and no MSG, chicken essence or other substances were added. It can be said that it was tailor-made for jiangyueshi. After the garlic sprouts and shredded pork were taken out of the pot and served on a plate, Chen Fei quickly made a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. A few stir-fried dishes are ready and the local chicken soup is almost done. In fact, if you want the chicken to be more flavorful, it would be better to stew it a little longer. But Chen Fei looked at the time. The first class started at 10:30, so it was too late. Today I'll just have to make do with it. However, when you open the lid of the local chicken soup, the rich aroma of the chicken soup still fills the air. It's golden yellow, just looking at it makes you want to drink it. Without saying a word, Fei Chen took out the thermal box and packed all the dishes. I also packed 2 more boxes of rice noodles, 3 big boxes in total, and I'm done. Chen Fei twisted them contentedly and went out to go to class. He is only a sophomore now, and he still has many courses to catch up with. Although Chen Fei's major in marketing was not very useful in his job before his rebirth. But in this life, Fei Chen plans to study hard. Anything that is helpful to your street stall business is worth learning. Besides, I have to get my degree certificate no matter what. Whether you learn well or not is another matter, graduating successfully is a must. Chen Fei came to the classroom with a lunchbox, just like the day before. After seeing jiangyueshi, he walked straight over and sat down next to her. Maybe they guessed that Chen Fei would sit next to jiangyueshi, so the 3 idiots in the dormitory actually sat behind jiangyueshi. When they saw the lunchbox in Chen Fei's hand, their eyes widened. What delicious food has this guy Chen Fei made again? Chapter 27. Chen Fei put the lunchbox away and smiled at jiangyueshi. Take out your books and get ready to start class. Now everyone in the class knows that the relationship between the two of them is special. It's nothing. After all, in college, you are free to fall in love. It is very normal to see couples in the same class. Although the combination of the scumbag Chen Fei and the pure xiaohua jiangyueshi is indeed a bit unbelievable. But there is nothing strange about it, who hasn't loved a few scumbags? However, only a few classmates knew that jiangyueshi was pregnant. Everyone can basically accept the fact that Chen Fei and jiangyueshi are together, but not everyone can accept it. Several girls in the class who had been flirted with by Chen Fei before were very angry about this. It was clear that not long ago, Chen Fei showed great interest in them. They all felt that they would eventually become Chen Fei's last official girlfriend. However, after Chen Fei was reborn, he completely ignored them. They still don't know why. Now, the truth is out. It turns out that he was hooking up with jiangyueshi. Why would he be with anyone else but a poor and ugly girl? Look at jiangyueshi, she dresses like an old lady all day long, so old-fashioned. She even wears a ponytail, a country girl-like hairstyle, and doesn't think it's shabby. He looks pale and skinny, never smiles all day long, and feels so depressed. She can't speak, isn't he considerate, and doesn't he know how to please boys? What is the point of being pretty? The most important thing is to be interesting. They thought to themselves that they were not bad-looking, although they could not compare to jiangyueshi. But they have better personalities than jiangyueshi, and they know how to have fun. Isn't this exactly what Chen Fei needs? Why was Chen Fei dumped for no apparent reason? Why? Moreover, Chen Fei even personally cooked and sent it to the classroom to show their love. Who can stand this? Maybe Chen Fei just felt like changing his taste. Chen Fei is good in every way, except that he is a little bit unloyal. But doesn't this show that he is very charming? That must be the case. Chen Fei and jiangyueshi can't be together for too long. It won't be long before Chen Fei will get tired of jiangyueshi and will be bored to death by her. I will be the last one. Several girls were extremely upset, but none of them showed any intention of giving up. They would not bless Chen Fei and jiangyueshi either. They had already started thinking about how to snatch Chen Fei away from them. Chen Fei didn't notice this at all. He doesn't care now. When the time comes and the teacher arrives, the class officially begins. This class is a bit boring general class, and the teacher's teaching is also poor. At first, Fei Chen could still muster up some energy. But because he went to bed late, got up early and was very tired, he was finally hypnotized. Fell asleep on the table. At the same time, there was a young couple who were sleeping so well that they suddenly came when the sun was shining on their butts. Last night they went shopping and strolling around as usual. After returning to Shenzhen University, I went to the food court and packed 2 meals. I happened to pass by Chen Fei's stall, and seeing that there were many people there, I waited in line for a while. I successfully bought a bowl of fish soup and a bowl of corn juice. I just got home and was about to start eating, but unexpectedly I got another call from a friend asking me to go to Happy. We played until 4 or 5 in the morning before coming back. When I woke up, I felt very uncomfortable in my stomach and was very hungry. Honey, I'm so hungry, let's order some takeout. Didn't you pack a bowl of fish soup yesterday? I'll heat it up. It should be edible. Let's have some first. Fish soup will be very fishy when it gets cold. No. And if you heat it up, the fish meat will definitely become tough and it will be inedible. What the girl said actually makes sense, and generally girls don't like the fishy smell. It was understandable that she didn't want to eat the fish soup that had been left overnight. Boys also understand. But even when he stood in front of the takeaway box, he could still smell the unique aroma of the fish soup. Chapter 28. After a night, it is still so tempting. The boy, who was already extremely hungry, couldn't bear it anymore. He opened the package involuntarily and decided to try the taste to see if it was drinkable. The fish soup was completely cold, but it had not yet gone bad. He used chopsticks to fiddle with the fish meat, which had become a little hard, and it was still very fragrant. Never mind. The boy picked up a piece of fish and swallowed it. Woo! The taste is really good. It's smooth, tender, and a little sweet. Not only does it not have any fishy smell, but it is also particularly fragrant. Usually, when food with soup is cold, there is some grease floating on top. It not only affects the appearance, but also the taste and flavor. Few people drink soup cold, even in the hot summer. But this fish soup is a little different. There is no grease floating around, and even when it's cold, the taste and texture are still great. Hey, wife, come and try it. This fish soup may be cold, but it's still delicious. Really, I'm not kidding you. The boy's eyes lit up, as if he had found a treasure. He ran over excitedly and pulled his girlfriend up. The girl was extremely reluctant and thought the guy was playing a prank on her. But I couldn't resist, so I tasted a piece of fish head with chopsticks. Oh my goodness. It smells so good. After tasting just a small piece, the girl couldn't help waving her chopsticks, opening her mouth wide, picking up the entire takeaway box, and frantically picking up the fish meat inside and putting it into her mouth. Delicious, delicious, really delicious. It's also delicious cold, damn delicious. Oh my god, this fish soup is so delicious even when it's cold. Wouldn't it be even better if it were heated up? It should be best when it's fresh out of the pot. Oh, why did we go to sing karaoke last night? We missed the best time to enjoy this dish. What a sin! The girl ate several pieces of fish and drank a few sips of fish soup. She couldn't help but let out such a sigh, she really felt a little regretful. If I had just packed this up yesterday, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to drink the fresher, more delicious, and steaming fish soup than to sing K? Honey, please go slow. How about I heat it up? Hey, honey, please leave some for me. Even a little bit is fine. The girl really gave the dregs to the boy. Then he picked up the cup of sweet corn juice and started drinking it in big gulps. It's delicious. It doesn't matter if it's cold. This corn juice is also amazing. What should I do, husband? I didn't eat enough and I feel even hungrier. The girl couldn't help but sigh again, then looked at the boy pitifully and said, You're not full yet, so I'm even hungrier. But it's useless if you're not full. The snacks in the food court are usually open at night. This fish soup and corn juice, even if you want to eat it, you can't have it now. The boy snatched the corn juice from the girl and drank up the rest. He said it with a feeling of lingering desire. Okay then, husband, let's continue sleeping for a while. We won't be hungry when we sleep. When we wake up, we can go buy fish soup. That's true. Anyway, I don't have classes today, so I'll just go back to sleep. Just sleep. Don't move, I have no strength left. You want to move me but I can't. I'm hungrier than you. I don't know who can make such delicious fish soup and corn juice. Husband, did you see the boss when you were waiting in line? Was it a man or a woman? I saw it, it's a young man, a man, why do you still want to marry him? It's not impossible. Hey, hey, hey. That's too much. Chen Fei had no idea. There was a young couple who were reluctant to throw away the fish soup he made even though it had gone cold. I ate it all while grabbing it, and it was not enough. The girl even said she wanted to marry him. If a bowl of fish soup caused the relationship between the young couple to break up, it would be a sin. Chen Fei. Chen Fei, wake up, get out of class is over. Chen Fei, who was still asleep, was awakened by a soft, sweet voice. Chapter 29. I heard that unusually pleasant voice calling my name. Fei Chen gently raised his eyelids. A beautiful face with curved eyebrows and a bright smile came into his eyes. Isn't this Jiang Yueshi? She has never smiled at anyone like this before, it looks so beautiful. Am I dreaming? Of course it is. Oh, I'm so tired. God must be good to me to dream about this scene. Chen Fei really thought he was dreaming, and subconsciously reached out his hand to touch Jiang Yueshi's pink little face. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, the fat boy Li Dong suddenly came over. She whispered in Chen Fei's ear in a sly voice, Brother Fei. Is there something new in your lunchbox? Let me have a taste. Chen Fei was startled and raised his head from the table. Only then did I come to my senses and realize that I was not dreaming, but the get out of class was over. Fatty was leaning his head from behind, staring at his lunchbox on the table with shining eyes. Jiang Yueshi turned her face away, not looking at him, a little flustered. It's this fat guy. I didn't get to touch Jiang Yueshi's face. It didn't show up earlier or later, but just at the critical moment. Eat your ass, go away. Chen Fei shook his hands in annoyance and told Li Dong to get out. I have no good eyesight. The atmosphere was so good just now, but it was ruined by this foodie. Eat, eat, eat. All I do is eat all day long. You deserve to be a single fat dog. Li Dong looked aggrieved. Jiang Yueshi, who was standing by, was suddenly amused. She felt that Li Dong was inevitably somewhat cute, and the interaction between him and Chen Fei was also very interesting. Jiang Yueshi pursed her lips and chuckled. But Chen Fei still caught her cherry lips moving slightly, and the shallow dimples on her face rippled. That look, it's so cute. However, Li Dong would naturally not give up. Brother Fei. Are we going to eat here or go to the cafeteria? Li Dong saw that there were 3 lunchboxes, all of which were very big. Whatever is in it, it's bound to be delicious. There is definitely more than enough food for Chen Fei and Jiang Yueshi, so it's not too much for me to take a little, right? It's normal to be a little shameless for the sake of delicious food, right? Even Shinqing, who was standing by, couldn't help but think. 1111 is such a nice person. She will definitely give me some of what Chen Fei makes. It was 1111 who wanted to give it. Even Chen Fei can't say anything about it. Looking at Li Dong and Shinqing, his eyes were full of ambiguous meanings. Chen Fei had no choice but to say, let's go to the cafeteria. This amount of food is not enough for 4 people. Fortunately, those 2 idiots, Chen Hao and Fang Ping, were asked out by the girls as soon as the get out of class was over. Otherwise, I'll definitely have a piece of the pie. Just like that, the 4 of them came to the cafeteria together. However, it must be made clear in advance that Jiang Yueshi must eat first. Only when she can't finish the leftovers can it be Li Dong's turn. Li Dong nodded desperately, of course, of course. Only then did Chen Fei open the lunchbox, and the rich aroma of food wafted out instantly. The dishes cooked by Chen Fei are much more fragrant than those in the cafeteria, and you can smell them immediately. Moreover, Jiang Yueshi also smelled a long-lost and familiar smell. She could smell it without even looking. It was the garlic sprouts and shredded pork dish that contained bean paste. Bean paste is a classic ingredient in Sichuan cuisine, and they add some to everything. Moreover, the dish of shredded pork with garlic sprouts is also the specialty of Jiang Yueshi's grandfather. Grandpa often cooks it for her, which is delicious and goes well with rice. Stimulated by the familiar taste, Jiang Yueshi's taste buds were immediately attracted. She felt hungry and wanted to eat. Try it. I'll make a few home-cooked dishes and see if you like them. Chen Fei urged Jiang Yueshi to pick up her chopsticks. Jiang Yueshi smiled and nodded. Then he picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of shredded pork with garlic sprouts and put it in his mouth to taste it. The meat is lean, tender and not tough at all. The slightly spicy aroma of the bean paste explodes in your mouth. As you bite it slowly, the aroma of the crispy and tender garlic sprouts also fills your mouth. Chapter 30. The garlic sprouts are tender, slightly sweet, and have a crispy texture. Add the smooth and tender shredded pork, the combination of the two is simply perfect. In fact, no matter how Chen Fei cooks the dish, as long as it is stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts, Jiang Yueshi thinks it is delicious. Because she likes to eat garlic sprouts. Moreover, this dish contains her memories of her hometown and relatives, and has an irreplaceable taste. When she was a child, her family was very poor and couldn't afford to eat meat. Every time he made this dish, Grandpa could only buy a small piece of meat and cut the meat into very thin strips. A plate of shredded pork with garlic sprouts. At first glance, all you can see are garlic sprouts. It takes a long time to find a small piece of meat. Despite this, Jiang Yueshi always felt very satisfied after eating. And because she could only eat meat occasionally, Jiang Yueshi was even more looking forward to this dish. In addition, my grandfather would always keep all the remaining shredded meat for himself. So, it's just an ordinary home-cooked dish. Although she ate it frequently later on, Jiang Yueshi still couldn't help but shed tears at this moment. Taste comes second. What is more important is the care from family members, which makes her unable to remain unmoved. Jiang Yu was actually crying. Chen Fei panicked. What's wrong? Is it not delicious? Or is it too spicy? It made me cry. What's wrong? If it doesn't taste good, try something else. There are some that are not spicy. Fei Chen immediately suggested in a panic. No. It's delicious. I just missed Grandpa a little. Sorry. Jiang Yueshi immediately shook her head to deny it. This dish is delicious. Really delicious. It's even better than the one my grandpa cooked. Because of this, she couldn't stop thinking about her grandfather. The more she thought about her grandfather, the more the tears in her big watery eyes flowed down. Just 2 days ago, Jiang Yueshi talked to her grandfather on the phone. Grandpa asked her if she ate well and slept well. Tell her not to worry about her grandfather, as he is in good health and can grow his own vegetables. She will be able to eat fresh vegetables when she goes back during the winter vacation. However, she couldn't even tell her grandfather such a big thing as her pregnancy. I'm afraid that he will worry, and even more afraid that he will be sad. She really wants to see Grandpa at this moment. To save money on car fares during the summer vacation and to pay off the student loans as soon as possible. Jiang Yueshi didn't go back and worked part-time for 2 whole months. She hasn't seen her grandfather for 9 months. And Chen Fei's act of cooking for her made her want to cry for no reason. I don't know why. Oh, it's okay, I can go back after the winter vacation. It was also the first time that Chen Fei saw Jiang Yueshi cry so emotionally. When she was in the hospital trying to abort her baby, she cried so heartbrokenly that it made people feel sorry for her. It still makes people feel pity for it, but it is more sad and touching. But he could only comfort Jiang Yueshi in this way. Although he is good at coaxing girls, most of the time he is just deceiving them. He really didn't know what to do with the tears of worrying about his relatives. All he could think of was to go up and hug Jiang Yueshi. A hug is the best comfort. But this was in public, and he got into trouble again, which made Jiang Yueshi cry even harder. Chen Fei never expected this. It was just a small plate of stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts, but it made Jiang Yueshi cry. She is really a silly girl who makes people feel sorry for her. She has been dependent on her grandfather since she was a child and has not enjoyed any care and love from her parents. This makes her particularly sensitive and moved by other people's kindness to her. As long as others are nice to her, she will be very grateful and touched. It seems that it will not be easy to make Jiang Yueshi get used to my kindness to her in the future. Little crybaby, stop crying. I'll go back with you during the winter vacation. Grandpa told me last year that he had left me a chicken from his home farm. You can't eat it all. Although, the chickens from last year might be a bit old and hard to chew. Shenqing took out some paper and wiped the tears from Jiang Yueshi's eyes, then said with a smile. After hearing what Shenqing said, Jiang Yueshi finally burst into laughter. Chapter 31. Jiang Yueshi also realized that she couldn't cry anymore. Crying again may affect the babies in your belly. At this time, the fat guy Li Dong saw that the atmosphere was a little sad, so he deliberately exaggerated and said, "Wow, Fei Chen. Your hands must have been kissed by God, and they may even be stained with saliva. Otherwise, how could these two dishes be cooked so deliciously? I just took 2 bites and I couldn't stop." Li Dong stuffed food into his mouth and gave Chen Fei a thumbs up. It even looked funny and made everyone laugh. Chen Fei seriously suspected that this fat guy was trying to use this trick to get food. But since he made Jiang Yueshi laugh, I won't bother with him. And this guy really enjoys Chen Fei's food. Even if it is just an ordinary home-cooked dish, Li Dong can enjoy it as a 5-star dish. Just looking at it makes people's appetite. Jiang Yueshi also enjoyed the meal very much. She also praised Chen Fei's cooking skills. The chicken soup is delicious, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes are sweet and sour, and the shredded pork with garlic sprouts is slightly spicy and crispy. They are all delicious and appetite-stimulating. And there is no morning sickness at all. Jiang Yueshi not only ate a lot of dishes and drank a lot of soup, but also finished half a bowl of rice. After eating, she was very satisfied and washed the lunch box consciously. Chen Fei really wanted to come by himself. But looking at Jiang Yueshi's expression, she would definitely be angry if she wasn't even allowed to wash the dishes. As soon as the afternoon class was over, Fei Chen went straight to the rental house. Chen Hao, Fang Ping and Li Dong had nothing to do, so they followed together. Chen Fei's stall was so popular, with so many girls surrounding it, and they had already added several girls on WeChat yesterday. This is much more interesting than staying in the dorm and playing games. You can also have some fish soup, so why not? Chen Fei naturally welcomed this. With the help of these 3 silly guys, preparing ingredients is much faster. Most importantly, they can also help receive customers and greatly increase the speed of placing orders. Don't be too busy and flustered. It's a win-win situation. As for food, all they 3 can eat is enough. Since all 4 of us are much more skilled today than yesterday, even if the quantity is more than yesterday. Chen Fei had prepared everything before 7 o'clock. Even earlier than yesterday. What Chen Fei didn't expect was that there were already many customers waiting in front of his stall before he even set up the stall. Before 6 o'clock in the afternoon, a young couple arrived at the food street early. The young couple slept until 3 in the afternoon, with the delicious taste of Chen Fei's fish soup still lingering in their minds. They endured the hunger and just ate 2 biscuits before coming to kill. They want to be the first to drink Chen Fei's delicious, steaming fish soup. Originally they thought they were late and would have to queue. After all, Chen Fei's stall was doing so much business. But when I got there, I found that Chen Fei hadn't set up his stall yet. Other snack stalls were already busy before 5 o'clock. This boss is awesome. He relies on the food being so delicious that he opens his stall so late. That's right. Anyway, we are not afraid of not being able to sell it. We are so willful. What else can I do? The young couple can only wait. They smelled the delicious aroma wafting from other food stalls and felt hungry and a little uncomfortable. But the girl swallowed and said she would hold it in. It's worth being a little hungry now for the delicious fish soup. You must hold it in. In addition, Ali from the jewelry store is taking a break today instead of going to work. However, she did not stay at home watching TV series, or go out with friends to have a good time for the day. Instead, he arrived at the store early and waited for Chen Fei to open the stall. She must taste the fish soup today. The colleagues in the store were all surprised. Chapter 32. Aren't all the food at the food stalls like this? What new things can there be? It's just a bowl of fish soup, isn't it? How can it be delicious? However, seeing that Ali seemed possessed, they said they would follow Ali and buy one to try it later. See if it really tastes that good. At the same time, Chen Fei's first wild customer, the lovelorn little beauty. In order to quickly get over the shadow of a broken heart, I started to recommend to my classmates a hidden treasure snack stand I had discovered. You will regret it for the rest of your life if you don't eat it. Is it really that exaggerated? If you don't eat it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Yeah, it's just the snacks at the food court, the food is pretty average. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can go and try it yourself. Anyway, I'll be there when I'm tired from reading tonight. Okay then, let's go check it out together. We're planning on having a midnight snack today anyway. Agree. But don't go too late, their business is really good, You have to queue up, if you go too late it will probably be sold out. Some girls made an appointment to go there together in the evening. Not only these few people. Customers who had the honor of having Chen Fei's fish soup yesterday were full of praise. They all started sharing away with their friends. That's what food is like. If it's really delicious, not only will those who have tried it become repeat customers, it will also spread by word of mouth, and through word of mouth, more people will become loyal fans. Especially in places like Shenzhen University Food Street, where the customers are all college students, the news spreads faster. Jiang Yueshi and Shen Qing did not go to the daily rental house with Chen Fei because they had something to do. But after finishing their work, the two of them rushed to the food street early to help. Shen Qing was very smart today. She didn't even have dinner and deliberately had an empty stomach. I just want to drink another bowl of Chen Fei's fish soup later. 7:20. Chen Fei's food truck had just appeared in the food court, but had not yet arrived in front of the stall. It was discovered by the sharp-eyed couple. "Hubby, hurry up. Follow me, I want to be the first one to drink the fish soup." Without saying a word, the girl grabbed her boyfriend's hand and chased after him. If you don't know, you might think she discovered some idol. He pursued her relentlessly without caring about his image at all. Their boyfriend had no choice. He didn't want to do such an idiotic thing in the first place. But when I thought about having delicious fish soup soon, I didn't care at all. The two held hands and followed Fei Chen's food cart all their way to the stall. As soon as Chen Fei stopped the snack cart, the two of them rushed up. "Boss, 2 bowls of fish soup, 2 servings of first love corn juice, no, 4 servings of both. 2 takeaways." The girl panted and stretched out 2 fingers to Chen Fei, and then it turned into 4. A face full of excitement. Chen Fei was also a little amused and helpless. The stall was still set up, and customers came. This young couple looks familiar. They must have come here to buy something yesterday. Unlocking the first returning customer. Seeing that business came so quickly, Chen Hao and his friends did not hesitate. "Start preparing the table and chairs immediately." Chen Fei quickly cleaned up, washed his hands, and started working. As soon as the lid of the pot containing fish soup was opened, the rich aroma of fish soup wafted out with the hot steam. The young couple was very close to the snack cart and immediately smelled a strong aroma. It's this familiar scent. It's like a dream." The two of them subconsciously inhaled the fragrance in the air, unconsciously revealing greedy and happy expressions. This smell made their mouths start to drool uncontrollably just by smelling it. Seeing the young couple like this, Chen Fei didn't hesitate. He took out a large bowl, stirred the soup twice, and quickly prepared 2 servings. "Serve it to them." The young couple looked at the steaming fish soup and swallowed their saliva frantically, then took their share of the fish soup as if it were a treasure. "Then find a seat and sit down contentedly, and drink it while it's hot. I drank it cold yesterday, which is a bit regrettable." Chapter 33. Chen Fei immediately made them 2 more servings of corn juice, and packed up 2 servings of fish soup and 2 servings of corn juice. "The weather is a bit hot, and I just chased a car and ran a short distance." The girl felt a little thirsty. "I tasted the fish soup and found it a bit hot, so I decided to drink the corn juice first. The sweet corn juice tastes even better after being simply chilled. Not too sweet or greasy, the taste is just right, and it is especially thirst-quenching." After gulping down 2 big gulps of corn juice, the girl's dry throat suddenly felt refreshed. The boy opposite simply took off the lid of the corn juice and threw away the straw. He opened his mouth and drank it in big gulps. "I finished it in one go. Wow. So cool." The girl drank half of the corn juice and blew twice on the fish soup, trying to cool it down as quickly as possible. I can't wait any longer, I want to start drinking." It's really a torture to be constantly surrounded by the aroma of fish soup. The girl took a spoon and scooped a full spoonful of fish soup and began to taste it. As soon as you drink it, a rich and fresh fragrance explodes in your mouth. Oh my god. Hot fish soup really tastes 100 times better than cold fish soup. I shouldn't have gone out to play last night. I've only had a hot drink now. What a loss, such a big loss. I really want to drink such delicious fish soup for the rest of my life. The girl was satisfied and regretful. I also know what she regrets. "Baby, let's finish our drink and leave." The boy glanced at the busy Chen Fei and inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. He lost his girlfriend for a bowl of fish soup. It's better not to drink this fish soup. No, it's not too late to leave after drinking. Also, I can't let my girlfriend come here to buy fish soup in person anymore. Just work harder and help her pack. Who knows if she will really be seduced away by the boss. At this time, Ali, who had been waiting at the door of the jewelry store, so that Chen Fei finally opened the store. He ran out quickly. Following behind him were another colleague from the store and the boss's wife. Boss. A serving of fish soup. Boss, I want two. Boss, I want corn juice. Not just them. Not long after Chen Fei's food truck stopped, many people gathered around it. Many of them are returning customers from yesterday. After tasting the delicious fish soup yesterday, they came early today to wait for the food. Soon, there were already 4 or 5 customers queuing up in front. Some passers-by were attracted by the scene and joined the queue. Everything was as hot as expected. Chen Fei also quickly got busy. With yesterday's experience, Chen Fei served the food much faster. 2 bowls of fish soup or 3 cups of corn juice can be prepared in 1 minute. Maybe today's stall will close earlier than yesterday. Jiang Yueshi was still helping out, but just like yesterday, she couldn't get any work to do. Everyone pays with their mobile phones, so there is no need to collect money. This silly girl was a little disappointed that she couldn't help. However, she was not idle, but kept surrounding the snack stalls. If she saw anyone in need, she would step forward and help decisively. She believed that as more and more people came, Chen Hao and the others would not be able to take care of so many things. It will definitely help. Soon, the first batch of customers in line had received their food. Ali and her friends from the jewelry store packed their food and ate it in the store. Including the proprietress, 3 beauties sat together. On the middle table, there were 3 servings of fish soup, and the rich aroma instantly filled the entire store. Smells good. Several people couldn't wait to taste the fish soup. Delicious. The 3 of them were quickly conquered by the delicious fish soup. One bite after another, I was immersed in it. At this time, a girl just happened to come in to buy something. As soon as she entered the store, she smelled a rich and special fragrance. She curiously leaned over to take a look and discovered that it was the boss and his employees who were secretly enjoying the food. Wow! What are you eating? It smells so good. Chapter 34. The girl couldn't help but ask. Well, the fish soup sold at the stall outside, it smells really good, right? It tastes even better when you drink it. Ali said while chewing the fish and pointing outside. The girl smelled the scent more and more. She came from one direction and did not see Chen Fei's stall. Immediately, her throat began to move. After thinking for a moment, he rushed out. Huh? What did I buy? Forgot. Forget it, eating is more important. The proprietress finally reacted after the girl went out. Hey! Isn't this a customer who came to buy something? Why did he leave? Forget it. She will definitely come back after eating. The most important thing now is to drink the fish soup. The air conditioning in the store is turned on so high that it will not taste good if it gets cold later. Less than 20 minutes later, Chen Fei sold more than 10 servings of fish soup and more than 30 servings of corn juice. Business is so good. His snack stand only opened for the 2nd day and already it had created an internet celebrity effect with people lining up to buy from it. This popularity has left several nearby snack stand owners dumbfounded. They noticed it yesterday too, but I didn't expect it to be even more popular today than yesterday. So enviable. Who is the owner of this stall? How can the business be so good just after setting up a stall? Many bosses have been setting up stalls selling snacks in the food street for a long time. It took them several years to figure out the preferences and tastes of the students in the food court. At the beginning, they all relied on their skills and thought it would be easiest to do business with college students. Only then did I open a snack stand with my own flavor. But business is sometimes good and sometimes bad. They are also constantly making improvements based on customer tastes. Only then did I slowly gain a foothold in the food street. Over time, some competitive snack stands also have their own regular returning customers. But it has never been so popular. A stall that had just been open for 2 days outsold those that had been operating for many years. This young boss must have some secret, right? His sign also says a secret recipe passed down from his ancestors. Could it really be that it's been passed down from his ancestors? The people closest to Chen Fei's stall were an elderly couple selling octopus balls. Octopus balls are also a favorite snack among young people. Hot, delicious, and hygienic. Girls especially like it. Their business has always been good. But since yesterday, their business has been obviously not as good as before. Many customers who originally wanted to eat octopus balls would be attracted by the rich aroma of fish soup as soon as they walked nearby. And seeing so many people enjoying it, how could I not want to try it? Naturally, they put their octopus balls aside. Is this fish soup really that delicious? Huan, come here, Dad wants to tell you something. The boss, Lao Chen, couldn't resist his curiosity. He called his daughter to his side, wanting her to go to Chen Fei to buy a bowl of fish soup to explore the matter. The old couple are also knowledgeable about snacks, and their own octopus balls are a specialty. He wanted to see what the secret recipe of the fish soup next to it was that made it so awesome. Lao Chen's daughter Huan is a girl in her 20s. Whenever she has nothing to do after get off work, she will come to help out at her parents' stall. She didn't come yesterday, but when she came today, she actually noticed the newly opened snack stand next to it. So many people were queuing up to buy fish soup. The open space next to it was full of people. There were not enough seats, so some people just stood and drank. Moreover, every customer had a smile on their face and looked like they were enjoying themselves and were very happy. Some exaggerated foodies even closed their eyes the moment they drank the fish soup. It's like tasting the most delicious food in the world. Chen Huan herself is also a foodie and has been eating her father's delicious octopus balls since she was a child. There are also requirements for snacks. But she had really never seen a customer with such an enjoyable expression while eating a snack. If everyone is like this, it's impossible that they are all procrastinating. How could she not wonder, what kind of fish soup is this? Is it really so delicious? Seeing that my parents were in a bad mood, I endured it and didn't go over to take care of their feelings. Now that Dad has spoken, she flew towards Chen Fei's booth. Chapter 35. Originally, old Chen wanted his daughter Chen Huan to sneak over there. He was afraid that Chen Fei would see that it was from the stall next door, and he would feel embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Chen Huan, this honest girl, swaggered over from the stall next to her. Old Chen was so shocked that he immediately buried his head in his work. It's not me, I can't see it, I can't see it. Chen Huan waited in line for a while and bought the fish soup after more than 10 minutes. When it was her turn, she greeted Chen Fei enthusiastically. It turned out to be a handsome guy younger than her who was the boss. This, a man who can cook, is so handsome. Just like his dad, so charming. Chen Huan is still single. She feels that since they both run stalls and live next door to each other, it is fate. Maybe they will fall in love with each other. Give it to me, let me try it. I want to see what's so great about this soup. As soon as Chen Huan came back, old Chen couldn't wait to taste it. His wife came over without saying a word. Just like that, the family of 3 gathered around the snack cart and began their research. Oh my god! Lao Chen, this fish soup is so delicious. No wonder the business is so good. I would also like to queue up to buy it if I were him. Lao Chen's wife couldn't help but swear the moment she took the first sip of the fish soup. She was a sentimental person, and was shocked and numbed by Chen Fei's fish soup. Lao Chen and Chen Huan, who were standing beside her, were both startled by her loud shouting. After Chen Huan drank a sip of the fish soup, she suddenly felt stunned. Suddenly, it was as if my mother was possessed, and I started shouting. Go! Mom is so right, this fish soup is so damn delicious. Old Chen was shocked again. My daughter has attended college, so how could she speak so uncivilizedly to her wife? This one be hereditary, right? What should I do if I can't get married? However, Lao Chen saw the surprise of the mother and daughter. His cooking skills are quite good, and the mother and daughter have always praised his octopus balls. But I have never seen the two of them react so intensely. I just drank a mouthful of fish soup. Old Chen felt very uncomfortable, so he scooped a spoonful and put it into his mouth. Oh, yes, it's quite delicious. Old Chen looks constipated. Apart from saying it tasted delicious, he was unable to find words to describe the delicious taste in his mouth. No. Lao Chen, slow down, don't drink it all. Yes, Dad. If you want to drink, go and queue up to buy it yourself. Leave some for me. Less than 2 or 3 minutes. A big bowl of fish soup was instantly finished by the family of 3. Drink till there's not a drop left. It was almost 9 o'clock. Some students who went to the classroom to read early are about to come out to look for food. If I wasn't hungry. Or maybe it's time for a midnight snack. You have to go out and hang out. The beautiful girl who had a broken heart yesterday brought a group of people who had agreed to meet with her and rushed to Chen Fei's snack stand. On their way here, the little beauty couldn't help but recall the delicious fish soup from yesterday. The feeling of heartbreak has almost dissipated. She wanted to have another bowl of fish soup right now, and couldn't wait to see these classmates who came with her. The expression of praise you will receive after drinking the fish soup. It must be very interesting. And you will definitely receive a wave of gratitude. I am grateful that I recommended this newly discovered snack treasure to them. She also planned to pack a copy for another roommate who couldn't come today because of something else. Soon, 7 or 8 girls came to Chen Fei's booth. As soon as they got closer, they smelled a strong fishy aroma. Just by smelling it, these foodies can conclude that the food at this stall is absolutely delicious. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people queuing up, and business is much better than yesterday. Without saying a word, they joined the queue with laughter. When it was the turn of the lovelorn beauty, Chen Fei recognized her at a glance. After all, this lucky goddess was also one of his wild customers, so she was naturally impressed. Even Chen Hao and his friends recognized the little beauty. Oh, this little beauty is so good. Chapter 36. Not only do they come here themselves, they also introduce their friends here. The point is, they are all beautiful women, so we have to entertain them warmly. Ask clearly which college they are from. We must have a social gathering next time. Chen Fei smiled and continued to work. Jiang Yueshi, who was standing by, so that Fei Chen was so busy that he couldn't even drink a sip of water. It was a hot day and we were outdoors, so our clothes were soaked with sweat and we kept wiping the sweat off with a towel. Seeing her looking distressed, I quickly bought a bottle of iced mineral water from the side. He thoughtfully poured it into a cup and inserted a straw. In this way, Chen Fei only needs to bend down slightly to drink the water, and it will not delay Chen Fei's work. Chen Fei smiled and expressed his gratitude for Jiang Yueshi's thoughtful care, feeling very happy. This silly girl is always very careful and caring. Love it, love it. But he was still worried that Jiang Yueshi would be tired as the weather outside was already hot. So she called Shenqing and asked her to pull Jiang Yueshi to sit aside and rest. Shenqing curled her lips. I worked for you for so long without any obligation, and you never let me rest. But she did it anyway. It would be fine for Chen Fei to die of exhaustion, but Jiang Yueshi absolutely could not be exhausted at all. In order not to distract Chen Fei, Jiang Yueshi had to obediently move aside. Although she didn't do much, she was still a little tired. This is probably a pregnant woman. Thinking of the babies in her belly, she didn't try to be stubborn. Chen Fei was very pleased when he saw it. I felt relieved, drank a sip of ice water, and continued to work hard. Stir the soup, scoop the soup, serve the soup. Chen Fei moved quickly. Within a few minutes, the little beauty and her 7 or 8 beautiful classmates all got their own fish soup. And sweet corn. They had been reading for more than 2 hours and didn't eat much for dinner, so they were really hungry. Seeing that the stall was full of people and there were no seats left, they didn't care. I stood aside and started eating excitedly. After taking a few bites, Chen Fei, who was not far from them, heard their continuous praises. Wow! It's really delicious, Tilda. Yeah, that's great. I thought there would be fish bones, but there weren't. That's great. It's such a blessing to be able to drink such delicious fish soup, Saigao. What should I do? If I get addicted, what should I do if I have to come here to drink every day? These girls from Shenzhen University. They are the main customer group of snack stalls. They are so familiar with all kinds of snacks. But they all said in unison. This was definitely the most delicious snack they had. Not to mention that there is no rival here in Shenzhen University Food Street, it is hard to find a rival in the whole city. I said it, if you don't agree, come and argue. As these girls ate the delicious fish soup, the corners of their mouths unconsciously curled up. It is said that there is a food street next to every university. Although this statement is a bit absolute, it is not an exaggeration at all. In the same city, many universities even compete with each other for the delicious food around their schools. And it seems that every school has its own signature food. It seems quite embarrassing not to have one. They decided. Starting today, the signature dish of Shenzhen University Food Street is this Nourish Crucian Carp and Ginger Kernel Soup. Ranked second is this First Love Corn Juice. I am so happy to be able to eat such delicious snacks during my 4 years of college life. It is truly an unforgettable and beautiful thing. Many years later, these female college students will definitely recall this day. On an ordinary night, they met with their best friends and went to the food court of the university to buy a super delicious fish soup. This will become a unique memory in their college life. Many years later, they may not remember which boy they had an affair with. But I can definitely remember the taste of this fish soup. This unique taste will always remain in their hearts. When I recall this in the future, I will definitely smile unconsciously. Chen Fei watched them drinking so happily and enjoying themselves so much. Suddenly, he understood. This is probably the charm and significance of food. Chapter 37. Suddenly, 7 or 8 beauties came. And it just happened to be the peak period for the first wave of midnight snacks. At this moment, in front of Chen Fei's snack stand, there was a huge crowd of people, and it was very lively. Many customers had no seats at all and had to eat while standing. This scene, I have to say, is quite spectacular. Everyone had a smile of joy and happiness on their face, and their excitement was beyond words. This, in turn, attracted more passers-by. Everyone was amazed by this spectacle and joined the long line one after another. It seems like I'll miss something if I don't buy one. The 3 members of Mr. Chen's family next door were still not satisfied after they rushed to finish the fish soup. Chen Huan was once again used as a spy by her parents and joined the crowd in line. This scene was even crazier than yesterday. The owners of the snack stalls in the surrounding area can no longer sit still. And they saw that Lao Chen had already taken action. So they all put down what they were doing and ran to line up to buy fish soup. Some people who wanted to eat other snacks came to those stalls and were confused. Where's the boss? Damn. Not only is the owner of this barbecue stall missing, the fishbowl seller next door is nowhere to be seen. What are you doing? Did you agree to go on strike together? They all looked around, trying to see what had happened to the stalls in the food court. Why do so many snack shop owners just abandon their businesses and run away? Soon, they walked to the inside of the food court. Then he noticed the surging flow of people in front of Chen Fei's stall, and the business was booming. There were quite a few people wearing aprons inside, who looked like they were owners of other stalls, and had blended in. Oh my god! These bosses don't do their own business, but go to other people's stalls to queue up. What is going on? And they also saw a familiar face. He is the boss who has been selling roasted chestnuts here for nearly 20 years. This guy didn't even put down the spatula in his hand and rushed to the front of the line. It is said that colleagues are enemies and they just can't stand each other. Now, all these enemies actually took the initiative to help Chen Fei. Instead, he became Chen Fei's customer. Boss, give me some octopus balls. Boss, why are you queuing there? Pretty girl, wait for me for a moment, I'll come over after I buy the fish soup. Hey! Lao Chen, why are your whole family out? Someone wants to buy your octopus balls, didn't you hear me? I heard it. There are people calling to buy things at your roasted chestnut stall. These bosses are old acquaintances, and they all lined up to buy Chen Fei's fish soup. It can be considered a spectacle. A little embarrassing. They have been setting up stalls here for a long time and are very familiar with all kinds of snacks. Moreover, they basically don't eat snacks themselves anymore, and rarely go to other people's stalls to buy food. But today, they must try this fish soup. Seeing this situation, Chen Fei was also a little surprised. But they are all customers and are treated equally. Soon, several bosses returned to their stalls, carrying the fish soup they had been longing for. Basically, I bought 2 kinds of soup, fish soup and corn juice. They smelled the tempting aroma of fish soup all their way and resisted the urge to eat. He came back and quickly greeted the customers in front of his stall, and as soon as the customers were empty, he started to taste the fish soup without stopping. After taking the first sip of the fish soup, several bosses immediately made their own judgments. This fish soup is not simple. The taste is so different from other snacks sold here. It is no exaggeration to say that all the snacks in the entire food street can be pressed to the ground and rubbed. If they just sell snacks. This fish soup is simply the secret recipe of a star chef. They are not even on the same level. The bosses were all dumbfounded. I was stunned and couldn't utter a word. Chapter 38. I was originally thinking about seeing what kind of internet famous snack it is. Maybe I could try making it myself. What the hell is this? The cooking skills of this young boss are far superior to those of these half-baked ones. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a dimensionality reduction attack. They wouldn't be surprised even if this fish soup was served at a state banquet. Want to take advantage of the popularity and do it yourself? Impossible. Several bosses were a little discouraged, but they were definitely convinced. It's only natural that their business is so good. In fact, it is a blessing for foodies to set up stalls with such products. If it were placed in other high-end restaurants, it would probably sell for several $100s per serving and people would rush to buy it. I give in. Fortunately, the daily production of this fish soup is not much, otherwise I would not be able to do business. But maybe this is a good thing. With signature delicacies like this, the food court will become more popular. It will not only increase the number of customers at Shenzhen University, but it may also attract people from other districts to come here. With more people coming, my business will also improve. The owners of the snack stalls not only accepted this fact immediately. And my brain works very fast. Now they no longer had any resentment towards Chen Fei's sudden appearance. On the contrary, I am looking forward to it. Chen Fei had not thought of this yet. He is too busy today. Business is booming. Although there are 30 more servings of fish soup than yesterday, there are a total of 80 servings. But still, in less than 2 hours, there were only a few left. The sweet corn juice was sold out before 9:30. Less than 10 minutes later, the last serving of nourished crucian carp and ginger kernel soup was successfully sold. There are still many people who queued up but didn't buy it. There is no other way but to come here early tomorrow. This result was shared by Chen Hao, his 3 roommates, and Shen Qing. They were all shocked to the core. They expected business to be good. But I didn't expect it to be so good. They are all exhausted. This must be compensated back. Tomorrow I'll drink 2 bowls and take 1 away, isn't that too much? How about taking 2? Okay, it's happily decided. Chen Fei didn't care what the 3 idiots in the dormitory were thinking. He swiftly brought out a large bowl of fish soup that he had specially reserved for Jiang Yueshi. Pregnant women tend to get hungry easily, so they should eat small and frequent meals. Besides, Jiang Yueshi has been busy on and off and has consumed so much energy. It's time to eat something to replenish your body. Unexpectedly, Chen Fei just brought the fish soup to Jiang Yueshi. An old lady with a slow gait suddenly came over. She looked at the fish soup in Chen Fei's hand and said to Chen Fei kindly, "Boss, your fish soup smells so good. My wife has been lying in bed for many days and can't eat anything. Today, he suddenly told me that he wanted to drink crucian carp soup and eat crucian carp meat. I want to ask, are there many bones in your crucian carp? I'm afraid he'll get a fish bone stuck in his throat. If it doesn't have too many thorns, I'll buy one." As soon as the old lady arrived, most of the people in the queue dispersed. Obviously, he didn't know that the fish soup in Chen Fei's hand was the last one and was not for sale. I thought it was just the boss serving it to the customers. This is very difficult to do. Although Chen Fei would be happy to do so if he could help the old lady's spouse. But this fish soup was specially reserved for Jiang Yueshi to drink. She hasn't eaten yet.